Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's it going? Happy... My bad, I just had something pop through. Happy Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Hump Day, my favorite day of the week. I do not know why, but historically, Wednesdays are just great days for me. So I'm hyped up, I'm motivated, I'm prepared, I'm in the right mindset, I'm ready to make some money today, ready to drop some value bombs, build you guys up, nothing but education for you guys. Let's have a fun day, let's have a great time, let's have some fun, let's stay energetic, let's stay upbeat, let's make some money most importantly, and again, let's get you guys educated and have some fun while we do it at the same time. So once again, happy Wednesday, happy Hump Day. It is April 7th. My goodness, we're almost 6 months through the year. Seems like yesterday it was freaking Christmas and I was up in Indiana. We're already 4 months into 2021 and nothing's changed yet. Nothing's changed. This is nuts. I wonder how long this whole mask thing's gonna go on. But anyway, that's besides the point. It's 9:09 in the market. We have about 20 minutes until the opening bell. And we have some decent opportunity today. All right, decent opportunity. It's not super hot in the market. Last couple days, what we've noticed is the market is very choppy out of the gate, right? That first 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes, a lot of these stocks are extremely choppy, looking like they're going to break out, looking like they're going to hold their gains. They all are fading on off. Then around 10 o'clock, we start to see a lot of buying volume move in and really start getting these stocks going. So my mindset is, right out of the gate, expect to see a lot of these stocks chop, fade, then start to move up, maybe closer to that 10 o'clock mark. So am I going to be buying anything to the long side for a breakout right out of the gate? No. If anything, I'm going to be looking for these fake out breakouts and possibly taking some of these stocks short. And the beautiful thing today is SOS is easy to be shorted on Lightspeed, TDMI, CBAT. A lot of these stocks, I don't have to locate them. So if I find a really good short opportunity, I'll be more than happy to jump on in and take it short because that's what we've seen the last couple days. Those are market conditions. A lot of choppiness, a lot of fake out breakouts, fading on off, right? What did we see yesterday on SJ? Pretty much the same thing. Looked like it was going to get a nice little, gap and go strategy, breaking over those pre-market highs, fading on off, fading on off, fading on off. Boom, right at 10 o'clock. It goes from around $13 all the way to $18.50. We've been seeing this a lot. So those are market conditions. That's what I'm going to expect until we actually see something break out, hold its gains, and really start moving up. I'm not going to be the guinea pig. I was the guinea pig the last 2 days. Went from a $1,300 deficit up $700 on Monday. Yesterday closed the day down around $1,400, $1,500, right at that daily max loss. Wasn't too happy, but I know I'm going to take losses. I know it's inevitable. Every now and then I'm going to hit that daily max loss, right? But we're also going to have days where we come in and we absolutely crush our goal and just kill it, right? And we make a lot more than what we really intended and what our goal is. So that being said, we still have 3 days this week. We still have the rest of the month. We're only 7 days in. Last week was profitable. This week I'm currently down 700, but it's not over. Today's a great day. Historically, Wednesdays are amazing days. And right now we do have some decent opportunities. So what can we be looking at this morning? Well, let's go ahead and start with the lowest float gainer on the leaderboard. Doesn't have a crap ton of volume. It's up 62%. I'm not a fan, but I just want to bring this to everybody's attention and, compare it to some of these other stocks that we have. So MCADR, right? So any new trader coming in there, oh my gosh, it's a low float, right? And again, that's how I was. Low float, low float. Oh, MCADR, low float. I'm going to buy it, right? This one could rip. But here's the thing. We don't have a lot of volume. We don't have a catalyst. We don't have news, right? This is a newer, looks like it's either a newer IPO, because we're going back 10 years on the daily chart, and this is as far back as we can go, or it was a name change to where it just repopulated the charting and whatnot. If they change their name, sometimes that happens as well. So with that being said, I mean, why would we really want to be focused on MCADR, right? We wouldn't want to be focused on MCADR. Yeah, it's a low float, but there's no news, there's no reason for it to be moving, and it's moving on extremely light volume, all right? So moving on. Next, we have TMDI, number 3 on the leaderboard. The one thing that concerns me about this stock when the market opens is what? What's one of the first things I'm looking at, right? Besides volume, besides how much it's gapping up, besides the catalyst, I'm looking at the float, right? The lower the float, the bigger the spikes. The larger the float, the harder it is to really get these stocks moving. Now, in pre-market, the float doesn't have that much of an impact. But when the market opens, you know, you're going to notice this stock is 100 million in float, right? It's 108 million in float, currently trading 5.4 million shares over on TMDI. And let's go ahead and check out what that average daily volume is. Let's just see if it is, you know, substantial compared to its daily average, right? Let's see if it really has abnormal attention towards it. So average daily volume on TMDI is about 3.5 million. So we're trading about 2 million more shares. So why? Why are we trading a little bit more than average? Well, do we have any news on TMDI? We have TMDI, 735. The shares are trading higher after Oppenheimer initiated coverage on the stock with an outperform rating and announced a $4 price target. So isn't anything hot, right? COVID-19, met primary endpoints, phase 1, 2, 3 trials, NFT, blockchain, Bitcoin. Is it anything really hot? No. So it's not a super hot press release. So now it really concerns me. So we have a stock that has news, but it's not a super hot press release, and it's 108 million in float, and it's only trading about 2 million more shares than what it normally does. Should this be something I really focus on as my number 1 stock, number 2 stock out of the gate? Probably not, right? But do I still want to add it to my watch list? Absolutely, because we know we can see shifts, right? If SOS happens to be the top gainer, if ASTC happens to be the top gainer, and those start fading, traders are going to go look at the leaderboard, and they're going to remember TMDI. Okay, it did have a press release. Okay, it does have volume. It has room to the upside. Yeah, it's a large float stock, but if we get 80 to 90% of the traders on that stock, it can move up, right? But if you have 100 traders in the market, 50 of them are on SOS, the other 30 on ASTC, and you maybe have 10 out of the 100 on TMDI, do you really think it's going to move up the way we want it to move up to be able to make good profit quick? Most likely not, right? So go ahead and add TMDI to the watch list. Just keep in mind it's a large float stock. Keep in mind it's not trading substantial volume compared to its average, and also keep in mind the press release isn't really all that hot. Is it moving up? Yes, I actually was thinking about taking this trade in pre-market off this pullback towards this 225 level. Happened to be the 9 EMA on the 5. Also happened to be a nice little uptrend. I thought about taking it, but I looked at all of those variables and I'm like, I just don't know if I want to get involved at 230 to have to take profit at 240 to 245. I'm like, I just don't see a lot of upside potential, and I don't want to be buying 10,000 shares in pre-market on this particular stock, right? And the only way for me to see $500 to $1,000 of return of profit would be if I would have bought, you know, say 10,000 shares and took it for a 10-cent move. It just wasn't worth it to me, but I'm still going to keep it on watch. It still has potential. We definitely want to keep this on watch over 250, right? Over 250, we have a lot of room up towards 3. So if this is where the action goes, if this is where every trader's at, and this is where the volume's at, we do have potential on TMDI, especially over 250, up towards around that $3 mark. Moving on, we have SOS. We all remember SOS, right? A couple months ago, it was being hyped up with the GameStops, the AMCs. So what do we have going on with SOS? Well, the last press release I remember on this stock was they issued a direct offering, which caused the stock to go from around $7 all the way down towards in the 4s, right? So why is it moving up today when it closed yesterday at $4.50? Well, let's go ahead and look for news. Do we have any substantial news? Well, 309 this morning, nothing. 712, 20 stocks moving. Probably listed in there, no credible reason. Here we go, 835.53. SOS surges again amid since deleted Reddit post calling for a squeeze. So is this a real legitimate reason, a real catalyst for the stock to be moving? No, right? It's stating that SOS is moving up basically because Reddit traders are calling for a squeeze. Now, it's something to be mindful of is, the last 2 times these Reddit traders got together and started pushing stocks up, they ripped and ran, right? So we just have to keep it on watch. There's not a legitimate press release as far as a real catalyst on why this stock is moving. Basically, media outlets are just talking about SOS surging because of the since deleted Reddit post calling for a squeeze on SOS. So definitely keep it on watch. It is a stock that moved very, very well in the past. It is moving up on higher than average volume. The only thing is the float's not showing on trade data. So let's go ahead and see if Yahoo Finance has a float for SOS. So again, if you guys don't know, you go to Yahoo Finance, you type in the ticker, you go to statistics, and if they have a float listed, there would be a float listed. This one does not actually have a float listed, so we don't know that. We do know that there's not a legitimate catalyst. All right, what's the average volume over 3 months? 65 million is the average volume over 3 months. What are we trading so far in SOS? 30. So we're trading 50% less volume than we normally do on average over the last 3 months. So guys, is this really another hot stock? It's not. See, when I say like there's opportunity, there is. SOS definitely could provide us with opportunity. But is the market hot? Is there a lot of credible reasons to get behind some of these plays? So far, no, right? MCADR, not really. TMDI, SOS, right? Everything's kind of just like, It's not like, hell yeah! Primary endpoints, baby, 10x volume, low float, let's go. Everything's kind of just like, That's all I can say. I can't find a word for it besides, right? So go ahead and keep SOS on watch, right? If we have these Reddit traders and people talking about hyping up SOS, this could be a play of the day. This is something we should definitely watch and simply play the technicals. But just remember, right? Just remember, it's not a super hot reason for the stock to be moving. So I would play it smart. I would play it safe. Get in, get out quick, right? Don't look to hold this forever because anything could happen. Anything could happen. They want to drop another offering today because the stock's up, 30%. Company could come out at noon, drop an offering, and anything could happen. So just be smart, okay? Moving on, we have ASTC, all right? So ASTC had a press release right around 8 o'clock. So ASTC and Cleveland Clinical signs an agreement for breath analysis study to develop a rapid COVID-19 breath test. So that's a much better, press release. They signed an agreement, right? COVID-19 keyword to develop a rapid COVID-19 breath test. So right there, we have a legitimate catalyst. There's a reason for the stock to be moving up. This press release came out at 8 o'clock this morning. ASTC, we're trading 9.2 million shares. Once again, Yahoo Finance. Let's go ASTC. And what is this average volume? 2.2 million shares. So far we're trading, about 4 times the average daily volume. So we have what? Substantial volume. And it's a lower float stock, right? It's 18 million in float. So we have the catalyst. We have a lowish float stock. We have a stock trading substantial volume, right? So it meets the criteria to be added to the watch list. So ASTC added to the watch list. The only thing is the chart doesn't look all that great, right? It's still kind of choppy at this point in time. So we need to wait, again, 10, 15, 20 minutes, wait to see what this does out of the gate when the market opens and see if there's any opportunity, right? So right now we have support all the way back down towards around 250. Right around 248, we have natural support, we have daily support, we have intraday resistance. So that area lines up beautifully with 3 different forms of technical analysis. Again, intraday on the daily, all that good stuff, okay? And it happens to be natural support as well. So support all the way back down towards around 248 to 250. We're going to have natural resistance at $3. If we can break over 3, we do have room up to 339. All right, so let's keep this on watch. If you guys are newer traders to the market and you guys are trading smaller accounts, something that helped me as a new trader is get in the mindset of percentages. Right now, I don't trade percentages. I know you guys have asked me like, hey, do you trade percentages? I don't. Again, my style and my approach with calculating my size, determining my risk, basically the mindset that I'm in that I explain every time before a trade, I'm sure you guys understand by now. That's me when I have a larger account, all those different types of variables, right? But as a newer trader, you could put yourself in a mindset of look for 10% trades, 10% setups, right? If you're always looking for 2 to 1, when you're looking at a chart, when you're determining what's my profit target, what's my stop, try to keep it, 10% setups. So hypothetically speaking, if you liked ASTC for a $3 break and you thought it had a lot of potential to run to that 330, right? That's 10% of profit. So you know that I have potential to make 10%, and you could just put your stops at 5% to always keep that 2 to 1 in the beginning while you learn as you try to grow those smaller accounts. It'll just keep you disciplined. It'll keep you patient. Again, only trading and only looking at those stocks that have potential to get you 10%, right? So looking for those 10% setups. Again, something that helped me, and then I slowly just revised and edited my trade plan to something that works for me now with more capital, different share size, different style of trading, everything like that. Okay, so I just wanted to share that with newer traders that are maybe dealing with smaller accounts. Maybe that's a good mindset to put yourself in, is look for those 10% setups, keep it easy, keep your stops at 5%. Are you going to get stopped out too easy? If so, don't take the trade. But if 5% is a good amount of breathing room for that trade, then it just makes it easy as a 2 to 1 setup, guys, right? And you can always expect 10% on those setups if you hit your targets. All right, so that was ASTC. We also have CBAT. All right, so CBAT, the only thing is there's no news today. The last press release was back in March on the 15th. So CBAT just happened to get a little bit of volume right before market closed and post-market yesterday, right? Maybe some traders had it on watch. It got a nice little pop this morning all the way up to 690, and right now it's just fading on off. Why is it fading on off, right? Well, there's not any hot news. We have other stocks that have came out with better news. ASTC, right? TMDI. We have SOS that's moving up. Not on news, but it's moving up. It's one of those hype stocks. So how come CBAT is just fading on off? Well, because there's no really legitimate reason for the stock to be moving up in the first place. There's no news, right? It was a random just kind of pop in today on 3,000 shares. This morning on 150,000 shares, right? It got a big move all the way up towards around 6. So definitely keep it on watch. It is something that's on the leaderboard. CABT is a 50 million in float stock. It does have 3 million shares traded. So it is something that we should, focus on. It is something that we should add to the watch list. But again, I think we have better potential, guys. Again, the market's not super hot. The market's actually kind of all over the place. We need to sit back, wait to see where traders decide to go. If they decide to go to CBAT, let's be prepared. Let's do our due diligence, right? Again, what's the float? What's the volume? Is there news? Support, resistance, all the technicals. Get prepared just in case CBAT happens to be the stock traders choose to get going today. So we're prepared, we're ready to go. It's on the watch list. We have a little bit of a downtrend right now, and we have 550-ish support. Honestly, the best of the best supports all the way back down below 5 at $4.64. We have resistance at 690. Again, the only thing that we can really see right now from a technical setup is we just have this downtrend. So if it breaks the downtrend, if we see volume move in and it holds above that level, we can look at it for a possible long. But right now, there's no reason to get involved on CBAT. All right. Last but not least, we have SINO. All right. SINO 830. We have a press release, NFT platform Cyber World V0.1 unveiled by Sino Global and Cyber Miles. So, it has the keyword in there, NFT platform. So, that's a keyword that really hypes up a lot of these stocks when we have a press release, but it's not anything crazy, right? They just unveiled Cyber World NFT platform. So SINO unveiled, their NFT platform. So, it's okay, but we have that hot keyword to look for is, again, NFT. So what do we got going on with SINO? What's the float? Go ahead and scroll down. SINO. It was, on the top of the leaderboard there for a second, but definitely just faded on off. SINO, where are you at? SINO, 13 million in float. only trading 500,000 shares. We have a press release. It is something that we can watch. But again, guys, I'm just kind of like, right? Nothing's really super hot. Everything's kind of like, So SINO, add it to the watch list. We'll see if traders decide to get it going. I think the top 2 stocks I'm going to be focused on out of the gate, ASTC, for the simple fact that we have a press release, right? We actually have all that criteria being met, which makes it probably the most credible and the most worthy stock of focusing on right out of the gate. We got a credible catalyst. We have substantial volume. We have a lowish float stock. ASTC is probably my preferred, stock of choice to watch out of the gate. All right. So ASTC, probably number 1, followed by SOS number 2. Number 3, we'll definitely watch TMDI as well. Now, before the market opens, we have 1:40. Let's see if you guys typed up anything here in chat. As far as tickers, RT talking INVZ. Let's just go ahead and check out INVZ real quick. INVZ, IPO yesterday, no volume. Let's keep it on watch. Sometimes these IPOs do go bananas. All right, so INVZ. I'm just going to go ahead and keep that on the back burner. INVZ up on the left-hand side. And I'll just keep it on watch and see if we ever start really moving up over 11. All right, so good stuff. CBAT, we talked a little bit about CBAT. Again, just really no news. Falling on down. The float isn't the greatest. So it's just not the greatest stock to focus on. But it's something we need to be mindful of. Like I said, do our due diligence. Add it to our watch list in case this stock is something that traders want to go to. But do I think we have better potential? Absolutely. SOS, TMDI, and then ASTC. I think those 3 stocks should be our top 3 right out of the gate. And then we have these stocks as our back burner plays. Good morning, John. Good morning, Nate. Nate saying you should always trade percentages. Yeah, as a new trader, that was the mindset I was in. Then I just tweaked my approach, my plan, my strategy, and I don't really trade percentages. I just focus on how much am I willing to lose on the trade. $300? Okay, what's my stop? 20 cents? Okay, I could buy 1,250 shares, and if I get stopped out based on the reasoning behind my stop, I'll lose X amount of dollars. So I've just gotten the mindset of how much am I willing to lose on this trade to see if I'm right. And 60 to 70% of the time, I'm right. My stops are always super tight, super small. My gains are always much more substantial. So, but yeah, definitely as a new trader, definitely focus on percentages. It'll at least build some consistency and discipline with your trading. Absolutely. Shows your skill level 100%. Wesley, hit it. Let's go. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Follow Wesley's lead. I appreciate you. XL, Angel, XL. Let's go ahead and check it out real quick. Yeah, XL. Because again, I'm not really touching anything the first 10 to 15 minutes. XL Fleets. Falling on down. When were earnings on the stock? Earnings were 331, gap down. We're just seeing a little bit of a dead cat bounce, guys. What I want you to do, so whoever's like, hey, XL, I just want to challenge you real quick. And look at the daily chart, right? Go ahead and look at the daily chart and tell me what you see. What makes this probably not the best time to go long on this stock? All right? Again, we got to do our due diligence. So, okay, XL is moving up, right? First thing we do is mark up our levels of support resistance on the daily. What's one thing you notice on XL on that daily chart, which probably makes this more of a short opportunity versus a long opportunity? I see XL as more of a short, not a long. And what I see is, again, we have the 13 SMA holding it down as resistance. 13 SMA holding the stock down as resistance. We're getting a little bit of a dead cat bounce. 13 SMA resistance right there at 955. What else do we have? 948 prior support from a massive bounce area. And if we look back in the past, we can see that that's been a level of prior support, prior support, prior support. We're below that level of support now. So as long as we stay below 950, this has more room to fall to the downside, right? But if for some reason we get above and hold 950, and it looks like we're going to start building up the 10, then yeah,
once it's proven itself, we can definitely look to take this long. But we have a lot of resistance right around that 950, the 955. So if we continue to get rejected off that level, if anything, I would actually look to take this short. Right? Is XL shortable today? XL is easy to short, guys. So if you look over on Lightspeed, big E stands for easy to short. So with that being said, I may look to short XL off of the 950, maybe 955. Keep those stops extremely tight. I want to see a lot of traders say, hey, no, this is profit target, right? This is where I'm taking profit because we have a lot of resistance right here. Hey, I'm going to take this bad boy short because that's a beautiful short, right? Retest the prior support as new resistance. We also have that 13 SMA curling on down. We could definitely see this down into the 870s, guys. All right, so down into the 870s on XL, as long as we stay below that 950 to 955. So I'm definitely looking at this for a possible short over on XL. And again, my stops would be like ultra tight. I'd be, keeping them at like 960, but right now I'm not in. INVZ, nothing. SINO, nothing. ASTC, again, we know things are going to probably fade on off. If ASTC fades on off over the next 10 to 20 minutes down into the 250s, I may look to take that for a possible move higher, as we do have good news, lowish float stock, good volume, right? CBAT, right now, just fading on off, no reason to touch it. TMDI, same thing, guys. So everything's kind of just, like we said, fading on off. And that's what we were expecting out of the gate, was things to just kind of pull back, settle, and then traders pick a stock to really get going. So I'm going to be sitting on my hands right now on a lot of these top stocks, and I missed my short on XL. So I did want to take the short, but again, it could come up and double top, so I'm still going to sit back and wait to see if we get another attempt into the 950 to go ahead and take that short. 42 viewers. Hey, my goal by the end of the week, ladies and gentlemen, if I hit my goal, all right, I'm going to give something away for free again. Like, dude, this dude is giving all this stuff away for free. So, if you guys like the channel, you guys are getting nothing but value, and you think other people would receive value from this as well, simply share the stream, share the video across any form of social media. Tag me in it if you want to, but my goal is to get to 100 plus viewers by the end of the week. And if I have 100 active viewers in here on Friday, I'm going to be doing another giveaway. Right, so this Friday's giveaway is actually for our starter kit enrollees, individuals that have enrolled for the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit. We're doing a yearly giveaway and a lifetime giveaway, all right? So we already have giveaways planned. But now, if I have, for any reason, over 100 viewers on Friday, I'll be more than happy to do another giveaway this coming Friday to everybody else here in chat. I'm going to go ahead and throw XL on a 1 minute chart. We hit that 955 to the penny. Maybe get one more attempt into the 950s. Let's see if it's going to break or not. If we get one more attempt into the 950s, I am going to take this short for a quick little scalp. There's 955 on XL, 946, 945, 947. I'll probably just like average in too, like scaling a little bit. There, I got my first entry there at 950. I'll keep stops at like 960 to 965. I'll give it a little bit of breathing room here. But I am very biased on the short just because all that overhead resistance. So maybe a little fake out breakout. That's why I didn't go super large on my size. Didn't go super large on size. I'm going to give it a little bit of breathing room. Nothing too wide, nothing too crazy. I want to see if it's going to be a little bit of a fake out breakout. If we close back below 950, that would be good, but it's actually trying to get that break. I'm actually surprised that we're getting that break right now here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just cut that real quick. It was worth giving it a go on small size on XL. Definitely liked, how much overhead resistance we had. But it can definitely break and hold its gains. So right now, as long as it's over that 950, we are considered to be bullish. And we do have room up to 10 and maybe even 1050 over on XL. But it was definitely worth giving it a go. Someone saying IO moving. We're about 20, no, not even 20. 7 minutes into the market. So, yeah, IO's moving on up. Came out with a press release right after the market opened, it looked like. Reported prelim Q1 results. Okay, late Monday evening, reported Q1 results. Okay, so that wasn't anything new. They just happened to say, hey, late Monday evening, this company reported preliminary Q1 results, and they happened to put it out at 9:35. And what happened? At 9:35, it's starting to move on up. So, I mean, there is a reason for it to be moving on up. Traders saw something hit the streamer for news, but it's nothing crazy. But we'll definitely keep IO on watch here. SINO, nothing. ASTC, waiting for that 250-ish area. CBAT, failing on off. TMDI, SOS. So, not a beautiful day in the market. Ian, should I sell my snap calls? My profit target is 58.70, but I'm not sure it'll reach. Let's just go check it out real quick while, you know, the stocks that we're watching are actually kind of just slow right now. Snap. Go ahead and clear everything out. Well, the first thing I see that really stands out was you can connect a downtrend right here. We're actually above that. The other thing I notice, we have our 50-day moving average right there around 58.80. You said you have a profit target of 58.70. Now, if we can break over 58, we do have room to hit 59 today, maybe even squeeze over that 50-day moving average. So you actually may hit your profit target. If your PT is 58.70, you actually may have some potential. What I would do is just set my loss where I would decide to cut it underneath, you know, maybe the intraday low. If you can swing that, and if you're like, all right, that's fair, right? I can swing it. I can give it another, you know, dollar breathing room to see if I hit PT. You got to make that call yourself based on how many contracts you have, everything like that. But right now, we're kind of flagging above the VWAP. So as long as we hold this VWAP, as long as we hold these higher lows, we actually may get a pop here up towards 58.87, which is your profit target, right? So I would give it a little bit more time. Maybe if it drops back below 57.50, cut it if you want. If you can't, let it breathe all the way down below 57. At least give it another 25, 30 cents just in case it decides to hold the VWAP. We hold this little bit of a flag formation, and we do get that break on up, possibly over 58 into your profit target. So SOS giving a lot back. I think ASTC still may have some of the best potential, guys. Again, this was the one that had, you know, again, the better news, the better float, the better volume. So overall, this was probably one of the better stocks. And what I'm kind of starting to see here is a possible 5-minute reversal, right? Possible 5-minute reversal here over on ASTC, right? We're on a 5-minute chart. We have 3 5-minute candles so far towards the downside. What's one thing you guys notice? Right? Sellers are slowly working themselves out, right? A lot of selling, almost half the amount of selling volume, and then again, almost half. So again, sellers are being depleted right now. We're coming down to a level of support. So what we want to see is for this candle to close some kind of a doji, right? It doesn't always have to be a doji, but a doji is just even more confirmation for these reversals. Then what we're looking to do is the next 5-minute candle to make a new high would be our entry. And that candle low, let's say this is the candle low, right? Our stops will be at 254. And the next 5-minute candle to break over this high at, say, 262 would trigger our entries. So that's how we would set our entries. That's how we would set our stops. And then basically what we're looking for is a retest of the 9 EMA or the VWAP. So I'm definitely going to keep ASTC on watch here for a possible 5-minute reversal strategy off this 250 support. Right now, you got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left for this candle to close on out. Let me go ahead and remove my beautiful face so you guys can at least see these scanners. Let's go ahead and get our halt scanner up, all that good stuff, see if we have anything going on. We got ISIG halted. I do want to check that out real quick. ISIG was a stock this morning that had some news, I'm pretty sure. No, they didn't have any news, but it was a stock that was moving on up. Didn't really do much. So what's up with ISIG? ISIG, it's a low float, right? Let's go look at ISIG. It's easy to short, so I can only imagine how many shorts are in ISIG, right? I am going to scalp this back over 9. Possibly. Again, I'm not 100%. But right now, we're not holding the halt area. We got 850 support. Yeah, I'm not going to touch ISIG. It's a risky one. But it could definitely break 9 and get a squeeze the 10 over on ISIG. Right? You got a little pullback into the VWAP here. What makes you decide on what numbers to put on your SMA and EMA or Thinkorswim? Whatever's the most popular, Jeremy. We got to think of it from a psychology standpoint. What are the majority of traders using, right? What are the most popular periods for your SMA and your EMAs? Well, on the daily chart, we're using simple moving averages, and we're going to use 3 of the most popular. 3 of the most popular are going to be your 200-day moving average, your 50-day moving average, and then you're also going to have either the 13 or the 20 simple moving average, right? So again, I use a 13, but another very popular one is the 20 SMA. So again, you're going to have a 13 or 20 SMA, you're going to have a 50 SMA, and a 200 SMA on the daily. Intraday, the top 2 most popular EMAs, exponential moving averages, are going to be the 9 EMA and the 20 EMA. I prefer using the 9 EMA. I don't like the 20 EMA. So again, it's personal preference, but those are the most popular. UTME halted and it didn't pop up on the halt scanner, which is odd. Yeah, UTME is currently halted to the downside. This was an IPO yesterday, UTME. I mean, we'll keep it on watch. We'll add it to the watch list because, I mean, again, right now there's not a lot going on. Right? There's nothing that I really like. Again, we're only 15 minutes into the market. So ASTC right off the 253, I actually did not get my entry. I like buying those dips. But again, the technical way, the proper way to play these are the next 5-minute candle to make a new high. So it'd be like a 263 entry, but your stops would have to be about 12 cents on this play, right? Because you'd have to put it underneath that last 5-minute low. So from a proper way to trade, entries would have just been signaled. Stops, unfortunately, are pretty hefty on this play, about 10 to 12 cents, but you're looking for a retest of VWAP. So it's almost a 1-to-1 setup on ASTC. But we're starting to see a little bit of that transition from selling to buying over on ASTC. We'll definitely keep this on watch. But again, you just have to understand, this particular strategy, the proper way to trade it is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Stops are under the previous 5-minute candle. However, depending on the range of that 5-minute candle may determine how I make my entries. I have actually maybe just been buying the dip at 253, right? To go ahead and say, you know what, out of anticipation, I'm going to go ahead and buy this dip at 253 because it's support and then see if we get it. If not, I get stopped out for maybe 5 cents versus 12 to 15 cents. So there's different types of ways to trade these strategies. I teach the proper way to trade them, the right way to trade them. But again, you can kind of take your own approach based on these setups and strategies and add your own little whatever you want to it. Make sure you back test it, but that would be your edge. So would I be buying the first 5-minute candle to make a new high? No, I would actually be buying right off that 250 support out of anticipation that we get the reversal, because I already see so much criteria being met. The decreasing volume, slowly falling into a level of support. To me, those would have been better odds to get in at 253 and then look to sell up into the VWAP, which is, versus getting in, 10 to 15 cents too late. So again, what I'm trying to get across is, yes, there is criteria, there are proper ways to trade, but you can kind of tweak them to your liking, especially if you find greater success. And that's what's called determining your edge, right? By taking the strategy, back testing it, paper trading it, and identifying what works best for you based on those strategies. So right now, we're just gonna do a quick little scan. I want to find the stock that's really ripping on up. Right now we have INVC. This one's moving fairly well. Let's see if we get a little pullback back down towards around that 1125. We'll keep that on watch. XL, that one actually broke over that level. I was actually really surprised just because we had so much resistance at that 950. But hey, like I said, if we break and hold over that 950 level, we could see 10. And what happened? We broke, we pulled back, we held. Nice big push. So if anybody was able to get that XL trade, congratulations. You guys are up pretty good right now. I'm still just kind of sitting back, sitting on those hands. So when I say back test, I really mean come into the market, do your pre-market, due diligence, determine which stocks you're going to focus on, and just paper trade them. So when I say back test, I mean paper trade them in a live real-time demo account. So if you have TD Ameritrade, for example, right? You can actually call them and say, hey, make my paper trading account real-time data, so it's not 15 minutes delayed. So back testing means, okay, for the next 21 days, I'm going to trade bull flags, I'm going to trade cup and handles, and I'm going to trade the 5-minute reversal. Those are the only 3 that I'm going to trade. So whenever I see a setup that meets, say, the criteria of a 5-minute reversal, I'm going to trade that on a paper account, aka back testing it, and then you're going to see what works best for you and what doesn't, right? So again, just practicing on a fake account, back testing on that paper account, determining what strategies you like trading. If you can tweak these strategies that make them better for you, that's how you're going to determine your edge. Again, just practicing on a fake account. Practice and make mistakes using fake money. Wesley, Josh, we're looking at time and sales. What does white mean versus the red and the green? Well, the green are buys, the red are sells, the white, I would assume neutral. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't really see white on my time and sales. Like when I'm looking at TD's time and sales, it's always red and green. I don't think I've really seen any white. So next time I see it, I'll definitely see what it means, and I'll do some research into it. But yeah, I've never noticed any white on my time and sales. So right now, I'm not liking the market, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really not liking what we're seeing. But again, sometimes we see stocks start moving up around 10 o'clock. Do we have any potential on SOS? Not really. This is still looking very bearish, right? Do we have any opportunity here on TMDI? It gave a lot back. Now, if we start building some higher lows and start creeping back up, maybe. But right now, it still looks bearish as long as it's below the 9. Same thing with CBAT. ASTC got a decent little move there, right? I mean, got a decent little move up into the 267s, but nothing substantial. Let's see if we can hold a double bottom or a higher low. I do want to see if ASTC can hold above 250, and if it can, this does have some potential to possibly get back up towards these highs of around 288. But again, 250 is our main support line at this time. We do not want to see it drop below 250. If it does, we're probably going to see somewhere in the 230s over on ASTC. All right, so ideally over 250, we can definitely get back up towards around the 290s. And if we ever break over that high of 298, we do have room all the way to 330 on ASTC. Right now, I haven't really found a stock that has a lot of consistency. I mean, INVZ, yeah, it's ripping and running, but we have yet to get a pullback. We need to see this stock pull back a little bit, right? It's very overextended at this point in time. So this is a good play, right? We do have a lot of, decent volume, nothing crazy. It's decent volume, but we have a lot of great momentum to the upside right now. So let's see if we get a nice little healthy pullback and maybe take this long for another leg up over on INVZ. XL, again, we were overextended. We pulled back. We're overextended. Where could we see this pull back to? Most likely to that previous high. So somewhere around $10, pullback on XL could signal an entry for me as well. So I'm watching XL for a pullback down towards around $10, right? Because we are overextended right now. Same thing, INVC. I'm looking for a pullback first, determine where we can establish some support, and maybe look to take this long for another leg up. IO's moving on up. IO's a 14 million float stock, trading 72,000 shares. We are approaching $3 natural resistance. We're also right here at that 50-day moving average at 289. It's easy to short, so this may be something I take short, especially if we get rejected over $3. I'm going to wait for a little bit of a fake out breakout. So I'm going to wait for this stock to fake out over 3, see if it comes back down, look to take this short over on IO. But I'd like to see a little bit of a fake out breakout first, or if it breaks out, then great. I won't take it short, right? But I want to be a little patient here on IO, as I'm not super crazy about any of these plays. I'm not super crazy about any of these plays, but this one does look good for a possible short, especially if we get rejected off 3 back below 290, which is our 50-day moving average. But again, I don't want to jump the gun. Don't want to get in too soon. I'd rather wait and just kind of see what happens. Right now, we're about 25 minutes into the market. So there's a quick little pop over 3. I mean, she's fighting for 3 on IO, so I may not end up taking this short because it's actually fighting to stay above 3. It didn't just get slammed right back down. It has good momentum. It has good price action at this point in time. Let's see. We got about 20 seconds left on this 1-minute candle. I wonder if we get that nice pullback down towards around 280, maybe even 275, especially if we get rejected over 3. I'm going to go ahead and just grab a short real quick and see if I can't just scalp my way into some profit here for a loss of $3, looking for it to fail 3 and, move back down a little bit. See if we get those asks back below 3. That's going to help. If we can get 299 on the ask, that'll help out. There's 299 on the ask, 298. 298. Let's see if we get that nice big rejection. If we break back over 3, I'm going to break even on the trade. I want to see a nice big rejection. Right now, we're not seeing that nice big rejection on it. We're actually still fighting to hold 3 from the buyers. I'll give it a few more seconds here, but I'll probably just end up, going break even. I wanted to see a nice big hard rejection off that 3. So right now, I got 299 still trying to hold this down. 3 trying to hold it down on the ask. There's 298. If we start really... Okay, there we go. If we really start getting some pressure to the downside, we could definitely see it back in the 280s, so... All right, below 295, it should get interesting. There's 295 on the bid. They're still trying to hold it up in the high 290s. So if it breaks over 3, it'll probably break. If we re-break 3, it'll probably break and actually see a new daily high. I want to see a big crack, right? I want to see a big dump off 3, and I'm not seeing it, so I'm probably going to go ahead and just cut it for, basically break-even trade. I'll give it a few more seconds here. Here's 297, 296, 298, 297. There we go. There we go. A little bit more. You got a little bit more on you. You got a little bit more on you. I'm trying to get below 290s where I'll just go ahead and take... There we go. I'm going to go ahead and lock it up there, guys. I'll lock in a quick 100 and some bucks. Quick little low share trade on that. I only had like 1,200 shares. So nothing too crazy. So I went ahead and took that short around 3. I covered for about 10 cents. Again, small size. I would have averaged in and probably taken a little bit bigger size if we would have got this kind of red candle right here, right? I was looking for this kind of big red candle right here, and that would have got some momentum behind this to get it down to the 280s fairly quickly, and I would have definitely grabbed maybe 2,000-3,000 shares on it, but I only had 1,200. Small little base hit trade there, nothing crazy. I'm definitely watching XL, guys. Like we said, XL down towards around that $10 mark. Yeah, I would definitely risk maybe a couple $100 on the trade to see if I'm right. So if I'm gonna risk, what? 20-ish cents. I can grab, maybe 1,000 shares or so. All right, so I just got filled at 10.03 on a starter. Just in case we dip below $10 and we pop back up, I can get back in. But I have a little starter position off the pullback on 10 on XL, giving about 20 cents. Again, nothing too crazy, just getting a nice little starter, getting my feet wet here, as it could come down towards around the a little bit lower. I would say it could definitely come down towards around the 987, which is VWAP as well. But just in case 10 hold to the penny and it started bouncing off 10, I wanted to go ahead and at least have an entry here. So again, simply just looking for the higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low off of previous resistance, which is the high. We also have that first little hiccup area. We also have the VWAP, so which makes this a pretty decent area for the, reversal for the next leg up here on XL. Right now, I am long on XL, risking about 20 cents. I'm actually looking for a new high a day. We are in a nice little uptrend here. Right, just keeping this trade extremely simple. Nice little uptrend, building higher highs and higher lows. All right, so we got someone. We're gonna go ahead and remove that message. Let's not. Let's keep it stock related. DB, the best way to make a stock go up is to take a short position. Yeah, it seems like every time you go short, stock goes up. Oh, there was the short, guys. That was what I was looking for. I wanted it to happen a little bit faster, though. So I got out a little early. It did come down into the 270s, but again, it definitely had potential to re-break 3, and I wasn't crazy about price action. But again, it was a good short, right? Right off the 50-day, right off 3, a little bit of a fake-out breakout. Again, how did I know that we would possibly see a fake-out breakout first? Just from being in the market, right? Just from being in the market. So I don't like the decreasing volume here. So I may look to take my small profit and get back in over on XL. Right, so as the price is moving up, volume is decreasing. So that right there shows a little bit of a weakness from the buyers. So I'll still give it a chance if we can get back over 1020. Maybe give it a chance. 30 more seconds on this candle. We could definitely shift with some volume. So there we go. We got 1020. 1021, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, cool. Let's hold 1015 at least. All right, every 10 cents, I want to see it hold at least 10 cents. So if we get up to 1030, I don't want it to be below 1020, right? So let's see if we can break 1025 here. Can we get that 1025 break, baby? Come on, XL. I'm going to talk dirty to you. When I talk dirty to my plays, they all rip and run. XL, tonight, me and you, baby. Got a nice filet for you. Big old bottle of wine. We're going to have a great night. We're going to watch some Netflix and chill. I'm going to go ahead and just take my profit. XL doesn't like me talking dirty to it. I'm going to go ahead and just lock in a quick, what? About $100 on XL. Nothing crazy. Just small base hits right now, right? The market's not super hot for me to jump in on like extreme large size to be able to make, $500, $600, $700. And I don't want to put myself in a position to get caught up in a little bit of a fake out, right? So I'm going to head and locked it up. Quick little $100 in at 1003, in out at 1018. So about 15 cents on 600 shares. So yeah, about $100. Nothing crazy. And that's what I was worried about right there. So I went ahead and just get a scalp today, guys. Looks like I'm just going to be scalping. Not really trying to hold anything too long. We got UTME currently halted up. Let's definitely keep UTME on watch here, guys. So 10:04 is the halt time, so we're looking at 10:09. All right, 10:09 on UTME. Let's see if we get a nice little halt strategy work its way up. What's going on with ISIG? ISIG fading. I'm going to go ahead and remove that off the watch list. ASTC. Just couldn't hold that 250. Man, pathetic. Cameron, check out TH. Let's check out TH real quick while we wait for... TH got a little move to it. Wasn't TH yesterday's mover? Yeah, yesterday we had TH moving a little bit. So starting to get a nice big old pullback into yesterday's highs. So let's see if we can hold above 344. 344 is support right now over on TH. Go ahead and throw a possible downtrend on the play. And if we hold support and break the downtrend, we could definitely squeeze back up to 383 over on TH. So again, you got 340 support, downtrend resistance. Watch for a break of the downtrend for a push back up into the 370s, okay, over on TH. UTME will be live in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, you guys have any questions, comments, concerns? It is a pretty slow morning so far. Right now, we're just waiting on UTME. IO, great short. I wish I would have held a little bit longer. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? XL, down towards around the 987 support. You can also put a downtrend on this play. So same concept is look for support to hold. You got 987 support, VWAP support. Wait for a break of the downtrend. We could definitely get the next leg up into the 1050s. All right, UTME, we got about a minute to go. Not yet, not yet. Currently halted over on UTME. I'm looking for the gap up, the pullback into the whole area. I'm looking to go long, risking a couple dollars a share. I'm going to start with 100 shares, maybe scale in the 200-300 shares. But right now, I'm waiting to see if we get that gap up, right? Maybe a dollar or two gap up, quick pullback to 69, get a squeeze up to 74, and maybe even get halted again to the upside. So right now we were halted at 10:04, so we're looking at 10:09. So about 40 seconds if this is a 5-minute halt. So we'll be live most likely in the next 9 seconds over on UTME. Once again, if it is a 5-minute halt. So let's see. Halt area is at 69. There's our gap up. Can we get a quick little pullback to 69 on the bid? Doesn't look like we're going to get it. Oh, nice big squeeze into a new high. Looks like we're going to get halted here at 69. Never got that pullback to the 69. We actually held 70, so I did not get long on that. Looks like we're going to be halted at 76.99. So we'll just keep doing the same thing, right? Possible halt strategy. Go ahead and put that level of support up at 76.99. Let's see if we get a pullback after the gap up out of this halt. If it does gap up for a quick little washout to the halt area, this has potential to go $100. SINO is just not doing anything. ASTC, we need to see it back above 250. CBAT just fading. TDMI not doing much. SOS not doing much either. So I am watching TH, right? That was another play. We have that 340 to 345 support. We have the downtrend as well. If we can break the downtrend, we could possibly see the next leg up once again into the 370s over on TH. So I am watching TH here for a possible, double bottom, higher low, get a nice solid break above the downtrend. But right now, not long. UTME was halted at 10:09.28, so we're looking at 10:14.28. So 10:14.28, about a minute and 20 seconds to go. TH, ideally want to see this above 350 to get that break of the downtrend for a possible, once again, reversal up to 370 first target. Right now, I'm currently not in any trades. Right now, I'm 50-50. Right, so right now my win rate is 50-50. So, 2 green, 2 red. And I'm just not a fan of the market today. Like, overall, I'm just really not a fan of the market. I do like this possible reversal that's setting up on XL. All right, so if you look at it on XL, you have your lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, and you're starting to get a little bit of a higher low and possibly a break over 1020 for the higher high. I am interested in scalping that off 10, but there we go. We might be able to get it. I don't like the market enough to like take this long because like I have a feeling this is gonna dump, right? It looks like it's a good setup, right? We have the transition. We start to have that possible reversal starting to form on XL, but something tells me, right? I'm not confident enough to go long. Something tells me that it's going to dump down into the 980s and I'll end up getting stopped out for a $500-600 loss. So I missed the trade. I missed the trade. I still want the market to prove itself. It looks great, but again, just the last couple days, leaving a bad taste in my mouth with good setups not working. But this one actually is starting to get that nice little reversal here. So XL is definitely a hot stock to watch. I definitely, this has a lot of potential if we can actually hold this move. All right, so UTME, we're going to be live momentarily. Again, 10-14-28 over on UTME. All right, so we're looking at about the next 20 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, over on UTME. Ten seconds. There we go. There we go. Squeeze 81. I'm out. I'm out. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, $579. Quick little scalp on UTME. It's the whole strategy that we talk about, right? It's the whole strategy that we talk about. It didn't give us the opportunity here, but it gave us the opportunity right here. Look at the gap up, right? So we have the whole area at 77. It gapped up to 77.73. So we had a gap up. It pulled back very quickly to 77. My limit order got filled. I had a limit order ready to go, 125 shares, 77.02. I got filled at the very freaking bottom. Beautiful. That's the beauty of light speed, right? It came down to 77.02. I got my entry. I got out at 81.80, 125 shares. I was able to lock in $579. Again, the whole strategy that we talk about all of the time, right? So you guys knew what to expect. We saw the pushback down to that whole area. We got the move up. Quick little scalp. I definitely took profit way too soon, but I want to lock it in when I have it in this market. I want to lock in profit when I have it. So, there we go. We got a good trade. We had a good setup. It worked out favorably. If you guys took that as well for the whole strategy, again, that we talk about almost every day, we have a stock that's getting halted. So by now you should know how to trade this strategy. You guys could have locked in some great profit. So right now, feeling pretty good. Got some green on the table. Got some green. I'm going to keep it that way. Let's see if we get another decent little setup here. It's still only 10-16 in the market. We still really don't have anything else that looks all that... Oh, here we go. XL, you beautiful son of a gun. All right, so XL's proven itself to me. All right, XL's proven itself. It only took 45 minutes, XL. All right, it's 10-16. It only took 45, 46 minutes, but you're looking pretty good. You're looking pretty sexy. Next time you set up, I'm going to take your trade. I'm going to trade you, XL. We're going to make some money together. All right, guys, so give me 2 minutes. I got to run out real quick. I will be back in about 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. I'm back. What do we have going on? XL. Waiting for XL. See if we get a nice little setup. It's definitely proven itself. IO looking like it's done for the day. UTME. This one's got a lot of hype and a lot of momentum, guys. So we just got to wait for the best opportunity. This stock moves a lot, right? It's moving $5 in the matter of seconds, right? So this has got to be one of those plays. You take FOMO size, right? It's not really, you're not FOMOing on a good setup, but the fact that it's so volatile, the fact that it can move $10 in the blink of an eye. Can I go 1,000 shares? Absolutely not, right? Can I go 100 shares? I don't even know if I want to go 100 shares, right? Because if it does dump 10, I don't want to put myself at $1,000 loss. So I got to really scale it back and look to hold this just a little bit longer on light size, right? Maybe 50 shares, look to hold it for a nice $10, $20 move. So again, I just have to be mindful that the stock moves very, very quick and I cannot put myself in a position to get caught up maybe in a dump to where it does take me out $500, $1,000. So I got to really reduce my size on this particular stock just based on how much it moves. Right now, resistance at 100. All right, $100 resistance. Support, you can say light support at 88. Best support back down towards around 75. All right, so again, light support 88. Best support 75 with $100 resistance. Jeremy, Lightspeed is not a TOS add-on. Lightspeed is just a broker, their own broker. So Lightspeed, they're a division of Lime Brokerage. Way back in the day, Lime Brokerage used to be pretty huge. So Lightspeed is just Lightspeed. So go to lightspeed.com. You can see that they're a broker just like TD Ameritrade for equities, options, futures, CFDs. I mean, you name it. Lightspeed is one of the top recommended brokers for day traders. So monthly is $150, but if you exceed the $150 in commissions and fees, which I normally do, the platform cost is free. So let's say that you only add up $100 in commissions and fees. You'll still pay the $150, right? You won't pay the $150 plus the $100 in commissions and fees. Let's say you have $50 in commissions and fees. You'll still pay the $150, but let's say you have $200 in commissions and fees. It'll just be the flat $200, right? So once you hit or exceed that $150 platform cost, it's for free and all you're paying is commissions and fees. So not bad at all. And I actually may be looking to take a trade here on XL, guys. I'm going to go ahead and take a long here on XL. I like the pull back to the 9 off the previous high. Look for a break over 1060. Stops are below 1040. I do like this trade here on XL. So I'm long on XL, ladies and gentlemen, looking for a high day break. There's anything under 1065, I'm out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and lock it in. Another $100. Another $100 scalp. I'll take it all day. That was a quick one, guys, so my bad. That was a very, very quick one. But we had a similar setup yesterday, right? New high a day. Pulled back to the previous high. Also was pulling back to the 9 EMA in a flag-like formation on decreasing volume, right? So that was a great setup. So if you guys do not know why I took that, once again, we had the break into a new daily high. The stock pulled back on decreasing volume to the previous high, which is new support, to the 9 EMA in a flag-like formation. That was a great little scalp opportunity for a new quick little high a day there. I went ahead and just scalped it for 10 cents. I'm not looking to hold anything too long today. In and out, in and out, in and out. Scalp away, right? The market is not hot enough for me to sit here and hold for a long period of time. And plus my strategy and my style, I'm not a big holder anyway, right? I like to get in and get out. I like to make my money and leave, right? The best traders have the best risk management. And when you're in the market, what are you exposing yourself to? Risk. So the best traders spend the least amount of time in the market. That's why I like to get in and get out quick. Now you have other fees like clearing fees and CN whatever fee. You have like little miscellaneous routing, market fees and stuff like that, but it's not a lot. You're talking like 5-10 cents here, 25 cents. But the biggest one is going to be, I do the per share. So I'm at 0.0035, right? Per share with a $1 minimum. You guys know me, I'm taking 1,000 shares minimum. So when I take 1,000 share entry, I'm paying $3.50 to get in. When I sell my 1,000 shares, I'm paying $3.50 to get out. So if I'm trading 1,000 shares round trip, it's only $7, right? Commissions and fees. But you also have those platform fees of $150-ish a month. But as long as you're exceeding the $150, the platform is free. UTME halted at 10:19.56, 10:24.56. Like Wesley said, 1 minute. 1 minute to go. We've been halted a lot, so here's one thing. We were halted once, twice, 3 times. This is our 4th halt. After the 3rd halt, the stock gets a little riskier to trade, right? From my experience, after the 3rd halt, 4, 5, 6, right? Gets a lot choppier, a lot more volatile. Things aren't as consistent. So again, you just got to be smart about that. We've already had 4 halts on the day. So am I going to take this for a halt strategy on the 4th halt? No. It's usually only the 1st and the 2nd. And I sell out of the 3rd. The 4th halt, I'm not looking for that strategy. Because again, it just gets a little messy. So right now we are watching UTME though. Got a lot of room all the way up to $100. Right now you got support at 88. UTME. Going to be live here in the next 10 seconds. And we should be live here now. Again, support at 88. Limit up, limit down on this play is 85. So if you hit 85 on the bid, it's going to get halted down. See what I mean? Right now, it's just getting a little choppy, a little all over the place. So it is very, very risky right now to be trading UTME. There's a nice little push. $100 resistance. That's the target. A lot of traders are going to take profit. It's not shortable. I'm not looking to short this stock on this kind of momentum to the upside. I don't care if $100 is nearby. I don't care if it's shortable. I'm not looking to short off 100 because there's just way too much momentum. Woo, quick little pop up to 104. UTME getting the hype. Where's the limit up? 105.55. So if we hit 105.55, the stock will be halted once again. So limit up, limit down, 105.55. So be mindful, 105.55, stock's going to get halted. All right, there's 105.55, and there's your halt inbound. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, halt. 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 There you go. 105.55 halt. So we knew it was coming. We knew there was a 105.55 halt. So we're good. So right now, guys, we got $100 support, right? We're above 100. Right now, we want to see the stock hold above $100. UTME is the hype. UTME is the stock that we're focused on today. This could be a big time mover. I mean, it already is a big time mover, right? The stock opened up today around 50. It's already up 170% on the day. Let's go. UTME, all eyes here. This is where the opportunity is. TH, anything going on TH? No. If you guys are still looking at INVZ, you want to see another little pullback. Right, so let's see. Is it respecting fibs? Let's take a fib off the low. Let's run it up to the high. Pulled back to the 38.2. Let's go off the low, up to the high. And we can see here, we have good areas on where the stock can pull back. So again, I like the 50% right off 12. But 12.10 is a 38.2 pullback as well. So it's pretty darn close. So I would say anywhere from 12 to 12.10. Pullback on INVZ for the next leg up if you guys are looking for the next dip to go ahead and get long on INVZ. Let's go ahead and put a trend line on the play too, guys. We can do as much analysis as we want. Look at that honored trend line. You can see we connect it here. We bounced, 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 big move. So if the stock pulls back into the 50% fib or the 38.2, close to the previous high, hold as support as well as the uptrend, we got a couple separate reasons that's a good trade over on INVZ. Angel, it's just because I'm that damn good. I'm that damn good. I just know when stocks are getting halted, man. I got a crystal ball. No, I'm kidding. So on certain level 2s, like check out UTME, you have what's called LULD. Well, it's halted right now, so you don't have it, but it's LULD, right? And it stands for limit up, limit down. That price is the circuit breaker. So that is the limit up, limit down circuit breaker halt area that some brokers give you, so you have an idea where it could get halted down or where it could get halted up. And that's very beneficial if you're in a very volatile stock, right? And it's dumping. You look over and you're close to an LULD to the downside. You don't want to get stuck in a halt to the downside. So it's a really good visual representation on where the stock can get halted up or down, just in case you need to close a position. So all eyes on UTME. We should be live at 10:31:24. So 10:31:24, about 2 more minutes. XL cracking right back down below that previous high. Let's go ahead and remove that. You can even throw a little trend line on this play as well, guys. All right, just connect your lows. Connect your lows. If we hold the uptrend, we're still in an uptrend. Higher highs, higher lows. We got a nice little uptrend right here over on XL, right around this 1025. Yeah, so a part of your 150, you do get the, damn it. That was a trade I was looking for. Look at how that just washed out very quick to 12 and then bounced. That was a beautiful bounce. I love those bounce plays. Very quick dumps right to a nice level of support. Boom, quick jump. That was a nice little pullback bounce right to the trend line, right to the 50% fib, right to the previous high. Quick little 20-25 cent move there. But yeah, so you sign all your agreements and stuff like that with Lightspeed, and then it's a part of your 150 a month. ASTC, guys, just looking absolutely weak. I mean, it may have some life if we hold the 240s, right? 50-day moving average, past chart, resistance. So if we can hold this level, I mean, it may still have some life in it, but right now it's not looking all that good over on ASTC. If you guys have yet, if you're just now tuning in, follow Wesley's lead. Go ahead and smash that like button. Really helps the stream, helps that YouTube algorithm really promote it to other individuals that may find value in what we do here. So take a second if you can. Go ahead and smash that like button for us. I greatly appreciate it, especially if you like the stream. Right now, we're waiting on UTME. We should be live here in the next couple seconds. And we're live. Ooh, halted to the downside. LULD, 95. LULD is 95. This stock is getting halted to the downside now. Big old dump. Big old dumperoo. XL not holding the uptrend. So XL right now, definitely need to stay away from that. INVZ still has some great potential. I can't be a buyer at 1230 though, because support's at 12. I mean, it looks good. Don't get me wrong. It looks really good, but I cannot be a buyer right here. My buy was down towards around 12. ASTC just looks like it's done for the day. TMDI definitely looking like it's done. What's TH up to? I know TH was one we were looking at. Just no volume, guys. So the market is quite dead right now, right? Do you guys have any other tickers you're looking at that have potential? If you do, please let me know here in the chat box. Be more than happy to review those for you, because right now it is pretty slow in the market. I think the only one that still has opportunity may be XL if it holds above 10. Wesley, the halt strategy. So you can play it long or short. So to the long side, right? The stock is halted on a big green candle. The stock gaps up, pulls back to the halt area. You look to take it long. You can do a complete 180. Stock is halted down. You're looking for a gap down for shorts to push it back up as they cover into the halt area. In this case, 95, and then more shorts come in to bring it back down. But there's no shorts on UTME. So is this short? No, you got to be mindful of, it's a new IPO. There's no shorts available on UTME. So would we really see a lot of shorts here to cover this stock? Probably not, right? So again, you could still play it to the short side, but you can't short it. So right now, you just can't do anything with UTME. However, if it was a shortable stock, you can play that to the downside. You'd be looking for the gap down, for the push up into the halt area, look to take it short, for the extension move lower. So yes, halt strategy works to the long side and to the short side. SOS is starting to transition. I'm going to wait for it to break back above 560. I'm going to wait for it to get back above 560, prior resistance and support. I'm also waiting for it to get back above VWAP. Right now, I don't trust SOS enough. But it is starting to curl back to the upside, but we need to break some of those key levels first. Right now, you got light support at 540. So right here, where do you want to see it stay above 540? Resistance at 560. TDMI is definitely dead. ASTC, we're just still going to keep it on watch just in case it does, come back to life. Angel, PT, lots of volume, and it's cheap. Let's go look at PT real quick. All right, cool. So what's up with PT? Why is it moving up? We don't have news from what I see. PT is a 27 million in float, trading good volume. Yeah, it's at 5 million shares. Support, 145. All right, 145 support. Where can this go? It can go up to the 160, which it almost did. Over 160, we have room all the way to 175. So yeah, good call on PT. PT is definitely something that we want to keep on watch, right? So PT, if we can hold above that 145, 150, that is phenomenal. That is great. So let's go ahead and keep this one on watch. This one does have a lot of nice momentum to the upside. We do have room for about 25 cents a reward up into the 170s. And then let's look at OCGN real quick while we have a chance. OCGN just has a lot of resistance right at the high of day. If we break high of day, we have room all the way up to 8, right around 790, right? So if we break the 50-day, or I'm sorry, if we break the 13-day moving average, we have room to the 50, which gives you about 70 cents of profit, 80 cents of profit, give or take. Right now, support's at 7. This one actually has a nice little higher low start in the form of an OCGN. I do like that play a lot. I actually may go ahead and take a long position here for a new high a day break over on OCGN. A lot of great volume. We got a higher high. So what we can do is we can say, hey, let's keep this above 713, that last high. Let's keep that above 713. We do have room to break over that 730 mark. Let's see if we get a quick another little pullback real quick. I'm not a breakout trader, but I like the setup. I like the momentum. I'm going to go ahead and take a stab at it. Got to get a high a day right here. We got to hit 730 right here. My stops are going to be pretty much 720, right? This is all momentum. This is all volume, right? So right now, if we don't get a high a day and we don't break out, we'll probably come back down to 7. I'll be cutting my losses at break even. Right now, I'm up like 30 bucks. I'm looking for a break over the high a day, 730. We're a penny away. 728. We got a break here. I'm in at 723. My stop is break even. I'm not going to take any heat on this trade. Let's see if we can actually hold the breakout or if it's going to fake out. 733, 733. I'm going to take a little bit of profit over 730 because I'm smart. This market is not super hot. But I am holding half of my size right now. I'm actually going to go ahead and put that stop at break even, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and put a stop in at $7.23 on my other 625 shares. And I'm going to let this one ride. All right, so I went ahead and took some profit. Not a lot. Took about maybe 60, 70 bucks of profit, right? Stops are at break even at 723. If I come down and get stopped out, that's great. But if we can hold and we can continue the push, we have room up towards around 790. Right now I have a stop at break even, and I will bring that stop up as needed. Why am I saying PT has resistance at 160? Look at the daily chart. Look at the daily, right? We can see here that we have a lot of different times that this stock has tried to get over 160, 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 right? We can see here that also the high a day was 158. So I'm looking right around 158 to 160 being resistance, but over that level, the last spiking high, the extreme point was 177. Right, so I can see that we had multiple attempts on the daily chart of getting over that 160 and we couldn't. But if we could get over 160, we look at this spiking high right here back on March 18th that pushed all the way to 177, which would be a profit target if we were to break over that 160 mark. And OCGN is still setting up nice, right? We got a high day break, pulling back to the previous high, decreasing volume. 9 EMA curling on up underneath. I may actually go ahead and take another trade on this for a push up higher over the 740s. I'm going to wait for this 1 minute candle to close out here. I use the daily chart to map out my key levels of support and resistance to get the most conviction that I can. And then as I day trade, I'm using a 1, 2, 3, and a 5 minute chart. But to get conviction of support resistance, right? Levels, targets, I mean, you name it. I'm looking at the daily chart. I'm looking at those higher time frames. So right now, OCGN is still having a hard time staying above that 13-day moving average at 729. So it's still building the higher lows and higher highs. It's still in an uptrend, right? So you could look just to simply trade these pullbacks. So I was able to lock in like 55 bucks on that trade. Nothing crazy, but I'm just looking for base hits, getting in and getting out quick in this market, right? We got BNSO hitting our breakout scanner. Let's go look at BNSO real quick, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on here? Why is BNSO moving on up? BNSO? I don't see any news. BNSO, when did it really start getting some volume? Right over 8. Is there a key level of resistance at 8? Yeah, actually there was. Key level of resistance on the daily chart right around that $7.70 to $8 mark. And we're starting to see BNSO get a nice little pop to it. We do have resistance at 1040 though, over on BNSO. So again, no catalyst, no reason for it to be moving. Possible little pump and dump. Is BNSO shortable? BNSO is not shortable, so I won't be looking to take a short. But it is your typical looking like a pump and dump. Out of nowhere, just get some volume. It's starting to move on up. You have resistance at 1044. So if you guys are long on BNSO, look to take some profits at 1044. At least lock in some profit. Look at UTME, just absolutely looking like crap right now. So we do have some light support around 75 over on UTME. We can level out around 75. We can definitely get back up to 100. So I'm definitely watching UTME here around that $75 mark. So we got 720-ish support, 714, 720-ish support on OCGN. And if this one does continue its uptrend and continues to make these higher highs and higher lows, again, you have room all the way up into the high sevens, all right? Into the high sevens over on OCGN. So UTME looking for 75 to hold for a possible entry. XL, you have 987 support on XL. Right now, I'm not involved. I'm not touching it. INVZ, just getting that crack of the uptrend. Is INVZ shortable? INVZ. Oh, INVZ is not shortable as well, so I won't be taking a short there. ASTC not coming back to life. SOS. Looking for the break in the hold of VWAP before I get involved here. So right now, I'm just going to sit on my hands. I don't really see anything that I like too much. The only thing that I kind of like would still be OCGN. Right? Looking to just scalp this off these higher lows. Right? That's all I'm looking to do is just simply scalp this off the higher lows and keep my stops extremely tight. So right now, I may look for a possible entry on OCG again and just scalp it for a quick, 10 cents or so. So we're getting our pullback, decreasing volume, a little bit of a downtrend into the previous high. All right, trying to hold the 9 EMA on the 1 minute as well. Let's see what we look like on this candle. If we start breaking over 725, I may look to scalp it, for a quick 10 cents. But right now, we still have support down towards around 714 over on OCGN. Connor, ODT. What's up with ODT? Odit. The only thing that I notice about ODT is you got a lot of resistance at 5. But if it breaks 5, oh my goodness. I mean, you got a gap to fill, don't you? I mean, look at this. Stock gapped down late March from around $17 all the way below 5. You got a gap to fill until this previous level of support on the daily chart, right? If you look at the daily, you have some bottoming right here around this 1255. That would be a good target. You'd also have $10 as a good target. So what we're starting to see here is, again, gap down, stock falling, bottoming out, getting a little bit of a double bottom, traders coming in for a little bit of a dead cat bounce. The only thing is, where it gapped down, that open, it's resistance, number one. So you got the open price off the gap down, resistance. You have $5 natural resistance. You also have the 13 SMA right over the top of this daily candle as well. So, what do we need to wait and do? Right? Either A, wait for a pullback down towards around 450 to 460 to go long with a profit target of 5, holding a little bit just in case this does break out and get some momentum behind it. Or if we don't get a pullback and it breaks over 5, wait for the stock to pull back and hold 5 as support, right? And then look to take it long. Right now, I'm not getting involved at 487 because we have resistance at 5. We have support about 30 cents away. So the risk reward right now doesn't make sense to me. And again, I'm going to either A, wait for a pullback, actually hold this level of support, then look to take it long with a first target of 5, take half of my size, then leave a runner on the table, or wait for the breakout over 5, wait for the pullback, retest old resistance as new support, then look to take it long. But I do like ODT. ODT does have some potential here. The daily chart just looks really nice as well, and it definitely shows that we have a lot of potential here. So right now we're looking at OCGN. I wanted to grab that at 725, but it's okay. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Right? Everything happens for a reason. So right now I'm not long on anything. Right? Not long on anything. Waiting for maybe UTME. OCGN, waiting for a better entry. And then ODT. I think ODT does have some good potential. We can actually put support right around 460 off these spiking highs. Right? First spiking high here, 459. Right here, 459. Right here, 459. So, resistance, 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 new support right around 460. Let's see if it can hold on up. And you can go ahead and throw an uptrend over on OCGN, ladies and gentlemen, and just keep it easy. Play the uptrend as long as the stock is putting in higher highs, right? It has to put in higher highs. And we pull back to the uptrend, you could simply look to trade the trend line to the long side until it cracks, right? Again, as long as we get a higher high, we pull back to the, the uptrend, we can take it long, sell into a new high, right? Wait for the pullback. Go ahead and go long, sell into a new high. So you can look to simply play the uptrend to keep it very simple over on OCGN, as we do have a nice respected uptrend right now. So OCGN definitely has some great potential all the way up into the high 7s. Right now you have light support at the 730s. XL back below $10. So right now I would not be touching XL at all. Next level of support is going to be $9.50 over on XL. But right now, I would say number one stock to focus on, OCGN. Number two to focus on would be ODT. Definitely keep UTME on watch. And then keep XL on watch down towards around 950. So right now, I'm definitely going to be watching OCGN number one. And then ODT number two. And ODT is starting to flag right here. Let's wait for that $5. All right, let's wait for that $5. Let's see what happens up at around 5. If we break and pull back, great. If not, then at least we're not going to get in with only 10 cents of profit, because we'd have to sell it, $5. Yeah, I see BNSO is still getting halted, right? It's hitting that halt scanner on BNSO, and it's hitting the breakout scanner as well. So BNSO is over the 1040. Let's go ahead and look at that daily chart. Do we have any other overhead levels of resistance? Going back 10 years? All right, let's go back a little bit further. Let's go max available. And let's see. So here we can see that we have these spiking highs up towards around 1268. Resistance. Moving forward, moving forward. All right, that's a good level. 1268 is our next target. Anything over 1268. Geez, you got room up to 1750. Right? So obviously if we break 1268, natural resistance at 15, just because it's a whole natural number for resistance and support. Over $15, room up towards 1732, just looking at the daily chart. So yeah, BNSO has a lot of great potential as well, especially if we can hold $10.40. So BNSO was halted at 1048.19, so you're looking at 1053.19. So you got about a minute to go over on BNSO. Right now, I still like a 460 bounce on ODT. All right, so ODT, once again, 460 support, possibly looking for a bounce here for the move up to 5. BNSO should be live here in the next about 10 seconds. So let's get ready on BNSO if this gives us any opportunity. Again, you have room up to 1268 if you're in. That's a great area to go ahead and lock in some profit. Right now, we do not ideally want to see this back below 1040. All right, guys. And that's again on BNSO. Should be live. BNSO should be live. This actually may be going into a 10-minute halt. So if we don't go live in the next 10 seconds, this will be a 10-minute halt, and we'll be looking for a 10:58 resume on this stock. 10:58.19 over on BNSO. UTME halted? Not yet. UTME. U to the T to the M to the E. Limit up, limit down. On UTME. Is it halted? Okay, UTME is halted. I was like, what's going on? So UTME currently halted. I do want to keep this on high watch. Out of the halt, if we hold this $74, $75 mark, I actually may look to take this long over on UTME for a move back up over 80. All right, so UTME on high watch out of this halt, guys. So UTME high watch out of the halt. Again, I'm just kind of scanning through, guys. Every now and then you may see something that's setting up. And right now, just want to make sure we're not missing any opportunity. XL, nothing. UTME waiting for the halt. OCGN, guys. What a trade. What a trade. I wanted to pick that up around 725. I missed my entry by about 10 cents. And if you guys are ever wondering too, I've had this question in the past when we used to host Alpha Day Trading. A lot of people are like, Josh, your analysis is on point, man. Right? You're talking these setups, you're talking, criteria, all of this stuff, right? Your setups 80% of the time are on point. How come you're not trading all of them? We got to think, guys. I'm not perfect at multitasking. So if I look over and there's a question, I'll definitely go answer your question first, because my goal here is to make sure you guys are being built up, to make sure your questions are being answered, to make sure you guys are getting education and nothing but value. So again, if I see a setup and I'm talking about it from a technical standpoint and I don't take the trade, doesn't mean I didn't like the trade, just means that I was making sure that you guys are being taken care of first, as you're my priority, right? So with that being said, again, over the last about week and a half, you can tell that 80% of the time, the analysis is on point. So if you see me talking about a setup, really going into depth, the criteria, entries, stop losses, targets, just because I don't take the trade doesn't mean it's a bad trade. It means that I was just preoccupied making sure that you guys are being taken care of. So with that being said, why did I not take OCGN? Because I got a question and I was answering that, and by the time I came back to it and my attention was on OCGN, I was getting in a little too late. So that's why I wasn't able to take the trade. But what just happened? We got that 725 break. We pulled back to 735 and held. And we just hit our 792 target. So just because, again, I'm not taking them doesn't mean you can't take them, especially if you've been here, especially if you've seen the analysis and you've seen the credibility behind my alerts and my technicals. Again, there's always opportunity for you guys. All right. I just wanted to clarify that. The OCGN, if you were in this trade, definitely lock in some profits, guys. Lock in some profits, bring those stops up. This is a pretty key level of resistance. UTME, we're looking to be live at 10:59.19. So we still got about 2 minutes left. All right, ODT. Audit. Audit. All right, I took a little starter on ODT. All right, so I did take a little starter on ODT here. Little risky of a play. The price action, the chart doesn't look great, but it's a bounce off 460, and this does have some potential looking at the daily chart, looking at just the momentum and the volume. This does have potential. So again, I got 625 shares to start. Give it about 10 cents of breathing room or so. Give it about 10 cents, 15 cents at the most. And we're looking for a target of 5, take some profit, bring stops to break even, leave a runner on the table just in case it wants to break over 5 over on ODT. Yeah, 450 is definitely our level of support. So 460 for some reason doesn't hold that spiking high. Support's still at 450 as well. So I will give it a little bit of breathing room here on ODT. I do think it has some good potential. And I'm going to go ahead and just throw this on a 5, and I want to see what we look like on a 5-minute. We got the 9 EMA, got the VWAP, previous high right around 450, 450 natural support as well. Let's see if we can hold that 450 up and get a nice little bounce back up to 5 over on ODT. So I have such light size on this trade that I can give it a, about 20 cents of breathing room. 445 is probably what I'd be cutting this trade. Yeah, I got 96,000 shares that stepped in at 460. That's a lot, guys. When you see that kind of order step up, 96,000 shares, that gets traders excited, right? Holy crap. Someone wants to buy 90,000 shares at $4.60. Someone wants to make a $414,000 investment. That gets traders excited, right? Other traders start coming on in. So let's see if that was a legitimate order and not a spoof order. All right, let's make sure that that was a legitimate order and not just a fake spoof order. But right now, we're starting to see the price react. We're starting to see a little bit of that bounce. Again, first target, $5, ladies and gentlemen. $5 is my first target over on ODT. And ideally, we want to go ahead and see this start the transition back up over 475. We really don't want to see it come back down into the, the 450s. But let's see if that order's there. The order is not there at 460, right? So that big boy order was a spoof order, right? It was a fake limit order in the system. Someone puts it in, takes it out, puts it in, takes it out, puts it in, takes it out, right? Not there, starting to fade on off. Definitely got to hold the 450. I still think it has potential, guys. That's why I'm giving it just a little bit of breathing room. But I could be wrong, right? And I could be wrong. But I'm okay with a $100 loss just to see if I'm right. You know what I mean? So let's see if we actually can hold on up. Again, we still got, a nice little decreasing volume pullback on the 5. Not great visually, but the criteria is there. Decreasing volume into the previous high. You got the 9 EMA that has been respected today, right? We see here 2 times the 9 EMA had been respected. And you got the VWAP right around that 446 mark. That's why my stops are right below the 445. And if we actually can hold this on this 5-minute candle, right? We got about 2 more minutes. So over the next 2 minutes, if we can hold above 450, I may actually look to average in to bring my cost basis down and still keep my stops right below that 445. So just so you guys know kind of what my plan is, what I'm looking at, and kind of how I'm going to manage this trade. There's 448, 450, little dip below. You also can throw a little bit of this uptrend on the play as well, right? Right off this low, it connects here. This is the third point. So we're just trying to establish, multiple separate reasons this is a good level to be buying off of. And what we can see is we have a couple. We have VWAP, we have the 9, we have the previous high, we have that 5-minute decreasing volume pullback, we have a trend line, right? We're just trying to establish as many separate reasons as possible that this is a good entry. And right now, that's why I kind of do like this entry right here. We have multiple separate reasons this is a good level for the stock to hold to get that push up to 5. I'm going to wait for this 5-minute candle to close. If we close above the 9 EMA, we have this little bit of a doji, right? A little bit of a spinning top, spinning bottom, whatever you want to call it, doji. That may indicate for me to go ahead and jump in on another 600 shares, bring my average cost basis down, and put those stops right underneath that low at 448. So I'd be still looking at about a 445 stop loss. You got about 10 seconds left on this candle. Let's see if it gets a nice little close to it here. I'm going to go ahead and take another average here. So I went ahead and averaged in. I got my cost basis to 462. We want to go ahead and see this move up higher. We start breaking back below 450s. I'll probably start cutting my loss on the play. But let's see if we get this nice little reversal here and a nice little push up to 5. Right, it's got volume, has some momentum, nice price action. So overall, it's not terrible. Right, it's not terrible at all. Let's see if buyers can really take control here and start moving this stock on up, right? 475 key level. 470 got 28,000 shares. Let's see if we can get through that 470. 28,000 shares. 26. He's at 23. There we go. There we go. We got buyers kind of in control now, right? Buyers are stepping up. I'm in that mindset today of risk-free trade. So now that I'm in the green by about 10 cents, I got to put my stop right around break even or take some size off the table because I don't want to put myself in a position to give any of my profits back. So if I start to see this back down into the low 460s, just so you guys are aware, I am going to start taking size off the table to lessen my risk if we do dip below the 460, right? So right now I want to see it hold about 475. There's 479. Let's get that 480, guys. Over 480, we can definitely see another retest of the high of 494, maybe even $5. Right now I got 1,200 shares on the play. Anything under 475, I'm taking profit on half. I'm locking in profit when I have it. There's 480. I want to see bids hold above 475. It's okay to have profit taking, but I want to still see the buyers in control, willing to buy these little micro dips. So right now we got 480. Let's go 485, baby. Let's go 485. 481 over on ODT. Here we go. Now I want to see buyers hold above 480 ideally. Right now I'm up $240. There's 484, 485. Here we go. Let's go 490, baby. Stops around under 480. I'm going to start taking profit if we see it dip back below 480. There's 490. There's 490. I'm going to go ahead and take profit up at 490, guys. I have to. We're too close. We're so close. Right? I'm up 30 cents a share. I'm taking profit. I went ahead and took 600 shares over on ODT. Right now, stops are below 475. I'm going to give this a little bit of wiggle room just to see if we break out. All right, just to see if this breaks out over 5. I'm going to scale out over 5 and just continue to bring those stops up. Right, we need to go ahead and get that nice big push up to 5 right now, ideally. There's 490 on the bid, 491, 492 in the right direction, 493. Here we go. Let's see if we get that $5 break. This is the second attempt, guys. So just keep in mind, this is the second attempt over the high. It doesn't have to break out. Right? Stocks like breaking out over the third touch 80% of the time. So if I take profit, we pull back, I'm definitely okay with re-entering this trade for a possible third touch breakout over that 490. But my stops right now are anything under 480. All right, so right now my stops are under 480. I'll definitely be locking in another, about $100 on this play if I do go ahead and get stopped out under 480. 484, 483. Definitely got some profit taking off the highs. See if we can get buyers back over 490. They're fighting for it, guys. It's 485. Decent amount of buying right there at 485. Come on, traders. Let's get something going. Let's get a new high a day over on ODT. Let's go 5. Can we get 5? Can we go squeeze into a halt? That would be amazing. There's 484, 483. Going in the opposite direction of what we want. Oh, those buyers are still fighting for it. So we got 488. Let's make sure we don't have any hidden selling either, right? Let's make sure that we don't have, buyers slowly creeping it up and then boom, getting slammed. Buyers slowly trying to push it up, boom, getting slammed. If we see that kind of price action, that could be a good indication. Go ahead and get out. So right now, I don't see an indication of any kind of strong hidden selling as far as anybody just smashing that market sell button. It's 489, back down to 488. 489, 488, 487. I'm just watching the level 2. I don't even care what the chart looks like right now. I already know what the chart looks like. I know why I made my entry. Right now, it's all level 2. You got a big seller at 490. You got about 40,000 shares at 490 that we have to take out if we want to see that pop up to 5. So 490, there we go. There we go. We took him out. All right, we got to hold 490 on the buyers now. We can't continue to get slammed back down into the 480s. We need to hold that 490 now on the buy. Give it a little bit more time here. Gonna give it a little bit more time. See if we can get that and move up to 5. I do expect to see a lot of profit taking at $5. But we're not really. I'm probably gonna start. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and get it. I'm gonna go ahead and take my profit, guys. ODT, quick little $300 trade. Right, this is the second attempt to try and get over 5. I think we see a little pullback first before we get that leg up, right? So I went ahead. I could be wrong. But based on the price action, based on what I'm seeing on the level 2, I do think we get a little bit of a pullback before we get that possible break over 5. So I'm completely out. Quick little $300. Not too shabby. Zach, I'm out at 492. Good job, Zach. ODT at 460, reminding me that that was a good trade. Taking the trade, locking it in, quick 40, 50 cents. Awesome, awesome work. If you guys took that trade, good stuff. Way to get in, way to be smart, way to take profit when you need to take profit. If it does break 5, it's okay. Don't be like, man, I should have held the trade. Man, I should have held it a little bit longer. Because the next time something happens and you're like, man, I should take profit, but I remember ODT, it broke out. You're going to hold it. You're not going to cut, take your profit. You're going to end up being stuck in a losing trade. So if it breaks out, that's great. Let it break out. It's going to prove itself that it can break out. And we will find another setup, another opportunity to get involved with. But it was smart to go ahead and lock in some profit up towards around $5. Okay? So if we get that pullback, let's look for another possible entry. Or let's wait for it to break 5 and look for a pullback. So we do have 46 watching. I'm going to say it one more time like Angel was saying. Come on, guys. We got 45 viewers. Go ahead and smash that like button. Help the stream out, especially if you guys like the content. You guys are always really good about smashing that like button and getting us close to the amount of viewers that we have. So here's our little pullback right now over on ODT. I'm going to go ahead and switch this back over. Let's go 2 minute right now, guys. Go ahead and do a little 2 minute. Let's go ahead and bring resistance down to 493. Obviously, we know natural resistance at 5, but this is our intraday resistance right there at 493 with a high day at 497. And what do we know about high days? High days are typically round numbers. 425, 450, 475, 5, right? 497 doesn't seem like a high day. So I think we still have a little bit more potential in ODT. As Brett would say, seriously, guys. Smash that like button. You know who you are. You do. You know you haven't smashed it yet. I'm over here viewing it. Brett calling me out. I gotta smash it myself. I gotta smash my own stream button. There we go. We got 22. We got 23. That's what I'm talking about. And guys, if you're just now tuning in, Make sure you're here on Friday. Friday is our giveaway. All right. So again, we have the 2 giveaways we're doing. Number 1, we're doing a year pass for anybody that's left a review if they've enrolled for the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course. If you've enrolled for the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course and you haven't left a review, make sure you go do so over on Trustpilot. All right. Go to trustpilot.com, type in Alpha Day Trading, leave a review, title it Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit. We're going to select a winner this Friday for a year pass to the Alpha community. All right. Now, if you've enrolled for the course, we have a second giveaway. No one sent a video testimonial yet, but if you send a video testimonial over to Josh at alphadaytrading.com, you will be entered into a second giveaway for a lifetime pass. All right, so guys, make sure you're here this Friday, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the biggest giveaway that I've ever done. What's up with OCGN? Hey guys, like I said, play the trend line, right? Play the trend line. What could you have done? You could have bought the trend line at $7.50. Right now, you're up about 50, 60 cents a share. Good work. Good work. BNSO. What's up with BNSO? Ah, son of a bitch. Excuse my language. UTME. If any of you guys were watching UTME out of that halt, what'd I say? Said I wanted it down towards around 75. Wanted to take it back up for 80. What happened? Came down to 75, back to 80. That was the big boy trade right there. That was a big boy trade. I was too busy taking these little base hits on ODT. But hey, you guys were in this trade with me. That is awesome. That's what I'm talking about. A little bit more affordable, a little bit more reward, especially if you guys are dealing with smaller accounts. So even though I missed a pretty good damn trade on UTME, I'm happy that we were able to lock in some profit on ODT and that you guys were able to lock in some profits as well. So congratulations. Enjoy those profits. Now be smart and don't give anything back. So UTME is still on watch. All right, UTME is still on watch. We'll do about 15 more minutes. I do want to dive into a little lesson today. All right, so yesterday we had SJ. We were able to do a lesson on as far as a cup and handle pattern. But reviewing that stock this morning, I noticed that it actually had a different type of setup as well. So I want to go back to SJ, do a little lesson, and kind of talk trading psychology, talk a little bit about how you can have multiple different patterns inside of one. So what one person may see as a cup and handle, someone may see as an inverse head and shoulders, someone may see as an ascending triangle, right? And that's why you always have to have multiple separate reasons to take a trade. But yesterday on SJ, we actually had a couple different setups that I actually just noticed this morning as I was reviewing that stock. So here in about 15, 20 minutes, we'll dive into a quick little afternoon lesson. Then we'll open the floor for a nice little Q&A. And we'll end the day on a positive note. So SOS it is, right? We said we had 540 support. We want to see it break and hold over the 560 in VWAP as well before I personally get involved. So right now, I'm going to have to wait to actually see this break and hold this level of resistance. All right, but it definitely has some potential on SOS. We're starting to see a little bit of volume move in. Definitely has some potential. ASTC's done, coming off the watch list. XL done, coming off the watch list. INVZ, losing volume, off the watch list. OCGN still looking great. ODT still has potential. BNSO coming off the watch list. So right now, let's watch ODT, guys. Let's watch ODT for a possible break over 5 here. We do have a nice little uptrend, right? Got a nice little uptrend here. Nice little pullback. Go ahead and flip this to a 1-minute chart. So how much am I willing to lose on the trade? I could technically risk about 15 cents, 10 cents, 1,000 shares, $100. I'd be okay with that. So I'd start with ODT right now with another 625 shares. So I'm actually long another 625 shares off the trend line, off the pullback, higher low, looking for a squeeze up to 5. So again, small size, guys, just small size. Don't want to give any profit back, but I do want to lock in some base hits if I can. So I am long off the trend line, ODT, and my stops are actually going to be below, I'd say 470. Stops below 470 on this play. Looking for a $5 touch Maybe get a quick little break, sell into a pop over 5. Let's see if we can get it here. So right now you got 16,000 shares at 485, trying to hold this stock up. Want to see buyers get back above 490, like that. There we go. Come on, let's go 5, baby. Let's get 5. Let's make another quick, $100. Another $100. Small little base hit trade. We can break 5. Oh my gosh. This thing could get really going, guys. This thing could really get going. Where's that spiking high at? What's the high of that day? That high there was 510. So if it breaks over 5, look for 510 to be resistance. All right, if you get a quick little pop over 5, look to take some profit around 510. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and take 3 cents on it because I think we may pull back a little bit more and I can get a lower entry here. So I went ahead and just, I took it, pretty much break even. Right, because I'm not putting myself in a position to give my profits back. So far up 786 on the day, going for $1,000. That's my goal. But again, I'm not going to put myself in a position to take too much heat on a trade to where I'm losing more than like $50, $60. So I think we get a little bit more of a pullback here. So I did go ahead and cut it for about 3 cents a profit. Again, maybe like $15 or something like that. Just basically covered my commissions and fees. And as we said on OCG, and as long as it continues to put in higher highs and it pulls back to the trend line, you are safe to trade the trend line until it cracks. But hypothetically speaking, I want to give you guys an example on when not to trade the trend line. All right, so watch the live stream if you're not. So we have the trend line established here. We put in a high, we pull back. We put in a higher high, we can trade the trend line. We put in a higher high, we can trade the trend line. We put in a higher high, we can trade the trend line. But if you see something like this, you see a lower high, don't take the trade on the trend line. Do not take it. Only take the trend line plays if the stock puts in a new high. If it puts in a new high and then comes down the trend line, it's safe. But if you put in a lower high into the trend line, do not take it because 80% of the time it's going to crack and move lower. All right, so a nice little tip for you guys today on how to trade trend lines. It needs to be in an uptrend, higher highs and higher lows. At any point in time, you see a lower high, please do not take the bounce off the trend line. It will not be a big bounce. It'll probably crack, move lower, and you'll take an unnecessary loss. So right now, is OCGN still in play? Yes, because we just put in a higher high, so we can technically take the trend line bounce around 780 to 775 over on OCGN. All right, what's UTME doing? Nothing right now. I'm still keeping that one on watch. See, this is what I'm talking about. We put in a higher high. I took the trade off the trend line. We're putting in a lower high. I am not taking the trade off the trend line. It's most likely going to crack. And honestly, I may look to take this short. It is easy to short. We put in the lower high. What I'm going to wait for is something like this. So what I'm going to wait for is, again, we got the crack of the uptrend. Maybe get a little bit of a bounce, back up, retest it as resistance, then look to short it for the move down into the 450. So again, I'm not buying it here. I'm a little too late. I'm going to wait for the possible retest, have sellers come in, shorters come in, bring this down into the 450. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient here on ODT and wait for that kind of move. So again, we're looking for a test of the uptrend as now resistance since we're below. Maybe around 480, look to take a short entry with maybe 10-cent stops, looking for about 30 cents of profit. So right there, I know I have at least a 3-to-1 setup, 2-to-1 setup minimum. And I know how to assess my size. I know how much I can lose, right? If I'm risking 10 cents, I can grab 1,000 shares, lose $100. If I'm right and I hit my 3-to-1 target, I can make $300. Now I have to ask myself, am I okay with losing $100 on this trade? Yes, I do like that kind of setup, so I would be okay with risking $100 on this trade to see if I'm right, to see if I get my profit target. So right now I'm not in on ODT, currently just sitting back, relaxing, waiting. So now, SOS, all right? We got a nice, clean, healthy volume break above resistance, right? Key level, support, resistance, resistance, resistance. We have a healthy breakout, increased volume, right? Now we want to see a healthy pullback into that 565 level, maybe 568, 570, because there's VWAP, to take this long for a possible leg up, back up to that 593 high, maybe even $6. So right now we can start building our plan. All right, the stock comes down to 565. How much are I willing to lose on the trade? $100. All right, 500 shares. How much risk can I take? Well, if you have 500 shares and you're willing to lose $100, that means your stops could be as low as what? 545, right? 500 shares at 20 cents. That's going to be a $100 loss on 500 shares. And then you know your target. You want to take some profit around these highs of 590. So you know right off the bat, you have a 2-to-1 setup. You know what your risk is. You know how much you're willing to lose on the trade. You know how many shares that you're able to buy to not exceed that $100 loss if that's your plan. So that's how you get into a proper professional mindset, how you build plans, how you always manage your risk professionally, properly, making sure you're in a 2-to-1 setup, all of that good stuff, just to make sure you're prepared, you're taking the right trades, you're taking the best trades, and you're always staying profitable. So we got OCGN looking like a little bit of a head and shoulders up here, guys. Right? OCGN looking like a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern. Starting to get that lower high. And if you guys do not know what a head and shoulders pattern is, right? Literally, it looks like a head and shoulders. So it's when you have a stock, typically in an uptrend, right, for the head and shoulders. So right here, we can see we had a nice big push, right? That is the first peak. The first peak, right? Right there, first peak. Let's go ahead and remove that. Let's get that out of here. That's terrible, right? This would be called the shoulder. Now, at this point in time, you don't know what it's going to be. You just don't know, right? But visually, you can see, okay, we put in a peak. Here we go. We got a new high. And we can see at this point in time, this could be a head and shoulders. If this stock doesn't put in a higher high, right? The stock does not put in a higher high. This could definitely be setting itself up in what would be a head and shoulders, right? We're actually starting to see that lower high right here. And we can see that we have a shoulder, right? This is the left shoulder. You can see that higher high right here is the head. And we can see here, we have our next shoulder. This is our right shoulder. So we can see here that we have a shoulder, followed by the higher high, which is the head, followed by the lower high, which is the right shoulder. This is a bearish chart pattern. When we see a head and shoulders, right? We have what is to be a bearish chart pattern where we can expect to see this trend line crack and move lower. Now, when looking at head and shoulders patterns, that trend line is actually called the neckline. So when we connect, so we have the shoulder, right? We have the shoulder, we have the head, and we're starting to form a little bit of the next shoulder. We connect these lows. So we connect this low, we connect this low, and we extend it out to the right. This trend line, this line that connects the lows of the head and shoulders pattern, this is called the neckline. This is called the neck line, all right? And when the neckline breaks, when the neckline cracks, that's where shorters and sellers move in. People that are long, that's where they're placing their stops. People that want to go short, this is where they're looking to take their short entries for the move lower. Because again, a head and shoulders pattern is what? It is a bearish chart pattern, right? And this is going to be the neckline. So we can see here, live example. Right now, we don't know if it's a head and shoulders yet. This could still move up higher, but we have to go ahead and add our neckline. So go ahead and connect the low, connect that low, and we can see here we have a little bit of a head and shoulders, and it looks like it's starting to break the neckline. So would I be going long? Basically what I'm trying to get across to you guys is this a good long trade? It has been a good long trade for the past hour, right? But now we need to change our bias from long to possible short, because now we have a bearish chart pattern staring us in the face, right? A big head and shoulders pattern meeting the criteria, starting to crack below the neckline. So yes, just because it was a good long trade, we're starting to see a little bit of a transition from buyers to sellers, and now we're starting to set up in a little bit more of a bearish chart pattern for a possible short, or if you were long, a great area to go ahead and start locking in some profits, all right? So that would be a head and shoulders pattern, right? Once again, it's a left shoulder followed by the higher high, which is the head, followed by a lower high, which is the right shoulder. When you connect the lows, that is what's called the neckline, and shorters like to come in at the crack below the neckline. People that are long like to put stops below the neckline, all right? So right then and there, we had a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern. Now again, not every pattern is 100%, right? Just because you see a head and shoulders does not mean it's going to go bearish. We can see what we're seeing right now. We can see we had a little bit of head and shoulders. We can see how we were cracking the neckline, but buyers are still here. Buyers are still strong and they still want to push this stock up. So could it break out and move into a new high day? Absolutely. That's why you still have to assess your risk, manage your risk, know where to put stops on these particular plays, know where to take profit, because it doesn't always have to work out 100% of the time, right? But what we can still see is at this point in time, this is still setting up in what looks like to be a little head and shoulders pattern. So with that being said, I'm actually going to go ahead and take this short here over on OCGN. I am going to go ahead and look to take this short. I'll give it about 10 cents of breathing room or so. It is easy to short on light speed. We crack 8. We should see a lot of nice selling pressure to it. I'm not long right now because we're still above 8, so I'm still going to kind of just sit back and relax. One other thing we can do, I know it gets a little confusing, but you have to be very versatile. You have to be a chameleon. You got to look at every angle, right? We can see that we're still in an uptrend, right? Even though we have a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern, we can still say we're in an uptrend because we have yet to put in a lower low, right? We have support off these lows at 786. We have a downtrend forming. This stock could easily break the downtrend. So you have to be very versatile. You have to be a chameleon. You can't be biased to one pattern. You have to be able to think outside the box and look at every single angle. Because just because we have a head and shoulders doesn't mean you need to be 100% convicted that, oh, it's bearish, it's going to dump. You got to be like, all right, what if it doesn't dump? What if it's not a head and shoulders? Is there anything else that suggests this could be a good long? Well, we have yet to put in a lower low. We do have these lower highs. We're starting to form a little bit of a downtrend that could break, and we can actually see this above 825. So you have to take all of that into consideration before taking the trade, while you're planning your trade, assessing your risk, where your stops are at, all of that good stuff. You got to be versatile, and you have to be a chameleon. Why do I say be a chameleon? Chameleons adapt to their environment. You have to be able to adapt to the stock. Again, not be so focused and so set on one formation, one pattern. You know, whether you're bullish, you're bearish, you have to be very versatile, okay? So I'm actually going to go ahead and take OCG in short. If we break the downtrend, I'm out. So if we break over that previous high of 811, I'm out. I'm looking for this to remain bearish and crack below 786, all right? I am more bearish on this play. But again, it does have potential to be a long setup if we break the downtrend. So where are my stops? If we break the downtrend, right? If we put in a higher high, around 810, 811, I'm going ahead and cut my loss. But right now, I'm looking for the stock to bounce, 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 bounce with these lower highs and eventually get that crack of support and have the stock come down towards around 460 VWAP support, where I'll look to take some profits. And you can look at this as a little bit of a bouncy ball effect, right? So as soon as I'm out of this trade, we'll go into what we're seeing as far as like a little bit of a descending triangle now, right? A little bit of that, basketball effect. We'll go ahead and dive into that here in a second. Right now, I am short OCGN. Stops are going to be back above 8. Right, this is the 4th touch of support. This is the area where we would like to see this crack and move lower down to 760. There we go. Starting to see that little bit of a crack. Come on, baby. Keep that hold. Sellers, come on in. Stops are now break even. I'm not taking heat on the trade. If we hold support and we push back up, we'll most likely break 8. So if I see 795 on the ask, I'm going to go ahead and cover my shorts. Right now, if we continue to drop down below 775, I'm looking to take profit at 760. All right, that is my game plan right now on OCGN. We got to crack 780. Got 780 on the bid, 781 on the ask. If we close above 785, I'm cutting it. All right, if we close above 785, I'm cutting it. Right now, we're at 783 close. Okay, we still have potential to crack. We still have potential to crack 780. Come on, crack 780, baby. Crack 780, baby. You can do it. There's 780 on the ass. Let's go 779. There's 779. There we go. There's a little bit of a crack. Back over 780. I'm going to take my $100. I'm going to run. There's 775. There we go. Let's lose. There's 773. You got a little bit more in you. We got room down to 760 on the short side, guys. 760, where I'm looking to take profit on OCG. And there's 773. If it goes back above 775, I'm cutting it. Goes back above 775, I'm taking profit. I like money. All right, I'm out. Woo! 767. Ow! Taking me up another $200 on the day, guys. We saw a head and shoulders, right? We saw a little bit of head and shoulders. Then we started to kind of see a little bit of a descending triangle pattern, right? What's a descending triangle pattern? So when the stock has a floor of support, in this case, 786, the stock bounces, 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 right? We got these lower highs. Think of it like a basketball. So this is Josh right here, right? This is Josh playing some hoops. Look at this cute guy. Look at how cute he is. He's got those big ears, right? He's throwing a basketball, right? He's got this big basketball and he's going to throw it. Right? He's throwing it. Boom. It hits the ground. What does it do? It bounces. Hits the ground again. What does it do? It bounces. But every time it bounces, it's making lower highs. It's bouncing, 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 until what does the ball do? The ball levels off, right? It lays flat and eventually it stops rolling. It stops bouncing, it levels off, it lays flat. Well, with stocks, it's the same concept. Stocks bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. Well, in this case, either A, it levels off and just consolidates sideways, or we crack that level of support. So what we see here, again, is a little bit of that descending triangle formation, right? The stock is bouncing, bouncing, making those lower highs, getting weak, and then eventually, boom, we get that crack. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a descending triangle pattern. And that is a bearish chart pattern. 80% of the time, these crack to the downside. 20% of the time, buyers are strong enough to push it higher. But these are good setups. These are 80-20 setups. And when we see a setup like this, that means you have 80% odds of the trade going in your favor. 20% of the time, yeah, traders may defy those odds. Buyers may be strong to hold that 786 up and actually get it up to that 825. But again, the odds are in my favor. I have an 80% chance of being right. I love those odds. That's why we're looking for 70-30 and 80-20 setups. And these descending triangle patterns that we just had right here was a perfect 80-20 setup. Fucking love you too, Wesley. Woo! I fucking love you too, man. Good shit. You get me all hyped up. Get me all hyped up. So OCGN, nice little descending triangle pattern. At first, we saw a little bit of a head and shoulders. We talked about being a chameleon, being versatile, making sure you're adapting, not being stuck in one mindset, but being open-minded and looking at every single angle of the stock, really just to determine what your odds are before you take a trade. All right, and that's why we went ahead and took OCG in short down into the 760s. Beautiful target, up almost $1,000 on the day. I'm 25 bucks away, guys. I said I'm making $1,000 today. I got $26 to go. I got $25.62. Where is a $25.62 short? Where's it at? Where's it at? And there we go. See, look. This isn't a head and shoulders. This is just a simple, valid uptrend, right? Simple, valid uptrend that happened to form a lower high. We cracked the uptrend. Shorters come in, sellers come in, longs take profit, and now it starts to fade on off, right? So beautiful, beautiful, simple uptrend crack. You're able to play the uptrend, like we mentioned, as long as the stock's putting in higher highs. Like OCGN. We were playing this uptrend almost all morning, right? So we have this uptrend, right? The stock is making higher highs. You can play the uptrend. Stock's making higher highs. You can play the uptrend. Stock's making a higher high. You can play the uptrend. Stock makes a higher high, but then followed by all of these nasty lower highs until it gets to the trend line. And look what happened. It bounced off the trend line, didn't it not? It bounced off the trend line. But that's why you have to be versatile. And I'm going to stress it. That's why you have to be very versatile and understand all of the criteria, what's going on. Because as a new trader, I would have seen this as, oh, it bounced off the trend line. I'm buying it. But what I have to consider, and what I now know as an experienced trader is, but fuck, we got these nasty lower highs. Just because it's bouncing off the trend line, we now have these lower highs, which makes it even riskier to take this trade off the uptrend. The odds are not in your favor. This is more 50-50, right? So yeah, has an uptrend, meets the criteria. You can trade it here, here, and here. But now you have to be versatile, and now you have to be like, all right, I was long biased, but now I'm starting to become uncertain because we have these nasty lower highs, all right? I can also see that we have support. So now, regardless of this uptrend, I'm starting to see a different formation. Now I'm starting to see that descending triangle that we just talked about. And then boom. So you got to be versatile. You have to adapt. You have to always be willing to redo your technical analysis multiple times just to make sure you're reading the charts correctly. Because as a newer trader, it would have been very easy to get stuck in buying this and then getting stopped out and wondering, why? Why did I just get stopped out? I bought the uptrend. It was in an uptrend. What did I do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. You just weren't open-minded. You were too focused on uptrend, 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 buy the trend line, that you forgot to pay attention to these lower highs. You forgot to do other forms of technical analysis. If you were a chameleon, if you were open-minded, you would have done what I just did. Oh, yeah, it's holding the uptrend, but we have the lower highs, we have a flat bottom. This is more of a descending triangle now. Am I going to take this long? Absolutely not. I'm more or less going to take this short. All right, so hopefully that helps you guys out. Hopefully that helps out and that really clarifies a lot of stuff on how we went from long biased, trading the uptrend, seeing the lower highs, seeing the descending triangle, flipping from a long mindset to a short mindset, and able to grab about 30 cents of profits out of that trade. Again, locking in another $150 to the short side over on OCGN. So what a bunch of value bombs today, guys. Woo! We talked about head and shoulders. We talked about how to properly trade a trend line. We talked about how to be a chameleon and be able to be open-minded and shift your mindset, especially if you start to see something different form on the chart. We talked about descending triangles and how to trade them. What a fucking awesome day, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing but value bombs left and right. Let's answer some questions. Tyler, woo! That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Harley, been watching your lives for the last couple days and learning from you. Today, I am 3 out of 4 on my plays. Thanks for the great content. No, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here and listening, taking the initiative and learning to where you are 3 out of 4 on your plays today. That is great stuff. Awesome work. Awesome job. Enjoy those profits. Brett, would I jump into ODT? Right now, Brett, I would not be jumping in ODT to the long side. Not until we see a higher low and a possible higher high start to form. Right now, we are stuck in this downtrend. This 9 EMA is really putting a lot of pressure to the downside on this stock. So would I be trying to nail a bounce in this really strong downtrend? No. What I would want to see first would be this stock to kind of try and level out, right? And kind of give us something like this, where we see it's leveled out, it's found support, trying to put in a higher low, start to maybe try and break above that 9 EMA, then I would take it long, because we have a little bit more validation, right? Let it level out first. Let it build market structure. Let it form support. Let it try to put in that higher low. Then look to take that trade for the reversal with stops underneath that higher low, all right? Right now, you don't want to be trying to catch a falling knife. Right now, it's really challenging to catch these dips. You're essentially trying to catch a falling knife, and 80 to 90% of the time, you're going to hurt yourself. So wait, be a little bit more patient, all right? Just try to be a little bit more patient to wait for this stock to level out, try to form some kind of support, start to see maybe a higher low start to form and set itself up, and then look to grab that trade, because the move is going to be even better, right? It's going to be even more profitable versus trying to nail a bounce, which you were right on with, right? You were right on with that 419 bounce, but what? You're up 6 cents. You're up 5 cents, 4 cents, right? Is that a lot of profit compared to a lot of downside that you had? I mean, what if you would have gotten in at 419 and would have dumped down the 4, right? You're taking on 20 cents of risk. Right now you're grabbing 8 cents of profit. The risk or reward really doesn't make sense. So that's why it pays, all right? Write this down. It pays to be patient, right? It pays to be patient. So wait for it to level out, wait for that higher low, wait for that clear transition that it looks like we can get the next leg up. And when we start to see that volume move back in, that's when we get those nice big moves. That's when we can nail those nice big profits. But right now, as long as it's under the 9 EMA, this is a short, all right? Right now, as long as it's under the 9 EMA, this is a short. Zachary up $450 on the day. Thanks, Josh. You are the shit. Nah, Zach, you're the shit. You're taking the initiative to be here, my man. You are the shit. You're rocking it. You're rolling it. You're the one pulling the trigger. You're the one taking the trades. Awesome work. Awesome fucking job. Whew. Ian, what apps are those at the bottom of your screen? Those are my scanners through Trade Ideas. All right. If you like the scanners, you want them for yourself, go to alphadaytrading.com. Go to stock scanners at the top. Read a little bit about Trade Ideas, what they offer. We have an affiliate link to where you can save some money. And then I also have a purchase option to where you can purchase my custom coded scanner. So everything you see that I have coded over the years, you can actually purchase this and have these exact scanners yourself. All right. SOS going wild. SOS. It's dynamite. SOS is trying to fight. Yes, SOS is trying to get going. Right now, though, guys, I'm not a fan of it. I'm just not a fan. I mean, just not a fan. I can't give you an explanation. I'm just not a fan of this stock. I don't know why. I'm just not a fan. But if it gives us a nice setup that I can't pass up, all right, we'll maybe trade it. But right now, I can't be buying almost at the high of day, right? First high of day was right there at 609. I'm not a buyer at 609. I'm sorry. I can't be a buyer at 609. So right now, I mean, yeah, SOS is moving up. SOS over 609. 610 does have room to 649, but it just seems a little too risky for me, and I don't want to give any profits back. So I'm not going to be touching SOS. I'm not going to be touching ODT right now. I'm not going to be touching OCGN. What's up with UTME? Over 80, I may look to try and scalp UTME, but look at the spread, guys. Look at the spread on UTME. You got 80.15 on the bid. You got 81.50 on the ask. If I were to market order in right now on 100 shares, I would immediately be down $135. It's not worth it, right? So I'm not going to be touching UTME right now. Yeah, guys. But Zach, were you green on the trade? Were you green on SOS, Zach? That's all that matters, that you're locking in profit, because I can't tell you how many times I'm like, man, I sold too soon. Man, I could have got another 50 cents of profit. That is a terrible mindset to be in. Not saying you were on that mindset, not saying you are. I'm just speaking from experience. That is a bad mindset to be in, because what's that going to do? Assume I took that trade. Assume I sold at 580. Fuck. Man, I could have made another $300. I could have made another 30 cents a share. Fuck. Man. What's that going to do? That's going to bleed into your next trade. When you know you should be taking profit, you know you should be getting out of the trade. But you're like, no, SOS, man. I remember SOS. I could have grabbed another $300. I'm going to hold this one. I'm not going to sell it. Even though I know deep down I should sell it, I'm not going to sell it because I remember SOS. Then what happens? Dump. Fuck. How come I didn't just take my profit? Man. How come I didn't just take my profit? I knew I should have, but I was too fixated on that one trade that actually moved up higher. Guys, do not get in that mindset. Green is green. Lock in profit when you have it, right? Coulda, shoulda, woulda. So if you're looking at SOS, if you're like, man, I could have made an extra 30 cents. Think of a positive to take out of the negative. Not, man, I could have made an extra 30 cents. Think, I still locked in 30 cents. Fuck yes, right? Take the positives out of the negatives. Do not stay in that mindset of coulda, shoulda, woulda, because that's going to negatively impact the next trade you take. It will. I've done this. I'm speaking from experience. So take the positives, once again, out of the negatives, right? Hey, coulda, shoulda, woulda. I could have made an extra 30 cents a share, but I was smart. I was disciplined. I stuck to my plan. I locked in profits when I had it, and that was the professional thing to do, and I still made 30 cents a share, and I was green, so I'm a fucking winner today. That's all that matters, guys. Matt, absolutely. That's why I do what I do, right? That's why I do what I do. Watching recaps, watching previous trades, reading books, right? I mean, it's all in hindsight. Anybody can go back to yesterday and provide you with a great example of where to buy, where to sell. But not a lot of people can sit here and trade these plays live when they're really happening, because it's completely different. Anybody can do, play Monday night quarterback. Anybody can look at a trade in hindsight and say, this was a good trade, this was a good trade, this was a good trade. But who can sit here and be like, all right, this is a good trade here. Why? Where are you putting your stops? Where is your target? Real time. Real time. That is huge. That is the best learning experience that you can get, is watching somebody trade real time in the live market, right? Because there's a lot of variables. There's a lot of unforeseen variables in the stock market. How do you react to those unforeseen variables? How do you really handle that trade in real time? That's important. That's the psychology of trading, all right? That's why it's very, very important. So what are we starting to see right now is why I'm not a huge fan of SOS. Look at the RSI, guys. We talked about this yesterday. How do I use RSI? I use the RSI to determine if the stock has negative divergence. What do we see here, guys, on the RSI? Look at this. What do we see here? RSI looks like at this point in time it's going to be making lower highs. But what's the stock's price doing? From that same point in time, the stock is actually moving up. The stock is making higher prices, right? Right here at this peak, 596. Here at this peak, 620. So from a chart perspective, this looks to be a good, healthy stock. But what are we noticing on the RSI? We're starting to notice some bearish divergence, right? Because internally, the stock is showing weakness. The stock is making lower highs, but the chart is actually making higher highs. So that is an indication that, hey, internally, this stock is looking pretty weak, right? It's looking pretty weak. So that's another reason I like to use the RSI, and that's another reason why I'm not going to be taking this long, because I'm starting to see some negative divergence on the RSI. Again, RSI making lower highs, but the stock is making higher highs. That is a sign of internal weakness that we could see a big reversal coming on up soon. So that's how I like to utilize the RSI. And we saw it here, right? Here's another good example. We saw it here on OCGN, right? Look, right here. From this peak to that peak. So this peak on the chart made a higher high, right? Looks good on the chart. But what do we notice on the RSI? Internal weakness, some divergence, making a lower high. What happened? We ended up getting a really strong pullback, and that was a great indication to say, hey, not really liking that, divergence on the RSI. Not really liking how we're making lower highs, but we're making higher highs on the chart. That may be a good indication to go ahead and get out, because we may be coming back down into these oversold territories. All right. So that was a great example in hindsight of how you can use the RSI to spot that divergence, to spot that internal weakness. And then we go back over to SOS. Again, we're starting to see the same thing, right? Starting to see that lower high. But on the chart, we have the higher high, and watch for this stock to possibly start to fade on off and to start selling on off. DB, can you rephrase the question? Are you saying, why do some traders jump in and then right back out, or did you actually mean to say trades? If you meant to say trades, please revise the question for me. But if it's supposed to be traders, I can try and give you an answer on that. Go ahead and remove that, so we're good to go. Let's go ahead and do a quick scan. ODT, again, like I said, I'm not going to be touching ODT. OCGN, I'm not touching it. UTME, not touching it. Traders, all right. So why do some traders jump in and then right back out? Don't they lose a slight spread every time doing this? They do. You've seen me take a trade and then get out within like 2-3 cents, right? I get in the trade, I'm liking it for a push right then and there, hypothetically. I don't start to see the move I'm expecting or I'm wanting to see. I go ahead and get back out to avoid a bigger loss. There's also some traders, they're called high frequency traders, HFT, right? HFT, high frequency traders. These traders typically take extremely large size. Talking 10, 20, 30,000 shares. They'll get in at 6, they'll get out at 603. They'll make $300, $600, $900 depending on how many shares. So you have high frequency traders to where they're taking large size, right? Getting in, getting out very, very quick. They're scalping the market on extremely large size. However, I don't take that kind of size. If I'm in and out quick, like back to back, like you're saying, it's because I'm not liking the chart. I'm not liking the setup. I had expectations of something else happening. That did not happen. I want to go ahead and get out quick, take a 2, 3, 4 cent loss versus taking a 20 or 30 cent loss. So hopefully that answers your question there. Why do traders jump in and then right back out? There's a lot of different reasons. My reasoning is to avoid a big loss. I'd rather risk, take a 3, 4 cent loss than 30 to 40 cents. Another reason why traders jump in and out quick is because they're using large size. They're high frequency traders. They're looking to scalp for pennies. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't even know, man. You see 5K in, 5K out, 1K in, 1K out, like instantaneously. They aren't even waiting for, in that point, I don't even know why. Now, are you talking like you're seeing this on the level 2 in the time and sales? So you're seeing 5K in, 5K out, 1K in, 1K out on the time and sales? Or are you actually seeing a trader doing this live? If you see a trader doing this live for no reason, he's just in and out, I couldn't explain why they're doing that. But if you see that on the time and sales, that could be a buy order taking out a sell order. That could be a sell order taking out a buy order, right? You also have what's called a market maker, right? So market makers just buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. They make the markets, right? They're called market makers. They're algorithmic computers that will literally make the markets, but not with that kind of size. right? With not that kind of size though, right? Market makers are like 1, 10, 20, 30 shares, right? They're making the market and they're just in and out, 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 in and out. They provide liquidity, right? They're called market makers. They're making the market. So, but they're not doing like 1,000 shares, 5,000 shares to make the market. They're doing like less than 100. Not the level 2. So you're actually seeing somebody. Oh, in the green red trade window. In the green, the red trade window. So that would be the time and sale. So that right there could be a buy order taking out a sell order or a sell order taking out a buy order. All right. So you see 5K on the green, 5K on the red. I mean, that could be the buy order taking out the sell order. You know what I mean? But if you're seeing a trader doing that live, that doesn't make any sense at all. So there we got SOS coming off those highs, a little bit of that negative divergence. You guys must love me, because guess what we just did today? Over the last 30 minutes to an hour. I had 3 lessons to do today. All right, for the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit. And we actually just knocked them all out live for you guys. So you guys got a nice little descending triangle, a little bit of a head and shoulders, right? Some negative divergence, nothing but value bombs. That's what I'm talking about. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the content today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And hopefully you guys love the content and love what we're doing here. Because eventually, guys, I will have to migrate back over to Alpha Day Trading. However, I will be doing pre-market commentary on YouTube. So I will be pushing for about 20 minutes every morning on YouTube for free for viewers for our pre-market commentary session. But then for our members, I will be shutting the YouTube side down and everything will be done out of the Alpha community. So as soon as I have more information on when that's going to be complete, I'll definitely be able to give you guys some more information on joining if you would like to join. Brett, value bombs, kabah! Value bombs. So I'm talking about. So it's 12 o'clock. It's definitely starting to fade on off today, right? Market's definitely starting to sit a little sideways, losing a lot of volume. So that being said, we have yet to do a Q&A, right? I've been answering questions periodically throughout the day, but we actually have yet to do a Q&A. So what I want to go ahead and do is open the floor for the next 10 to 15 minutes. I would like to give you guys an opportunity to ask any questions that you have. I will get those answered, and then we'll go ahead and end our day on a green note. Again, Wednesdays are just my days, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea why, but Wednesdays are typically good days. So yeah, I'll go ahead and open up the floor. It's all you. Oh, and another thing I want to share with you guys as well while you're typing up questions for those of you that are listening. So again, Alpha Day Trading is going to be relaunched soon. I know a lot of you guys have enrolled for the course. Now, again, if you like the course, you love the content, you find it to be of value, which we've gotten nothing but great feedback. Nothing but great feedback for the live stream. Like, this shit rocks, you're the best, whatever. I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words and that you see the value in what we do and that it's helping you and it's helping you unlock the skill set and become a better trader. All right. One thing that you guys can do is if you want to earn some passive income, I actually just opened up our affiliate section for the course and for membership. So if you guys like passive income, you like to support other small businesses in a sense, and especially if you find amazing value out of this, like you're already going to be a member, you already love it, and you want to hype it up and you want to talk about it because it's helping you become better and you want to share the word with everybody. Why not get paid to do it as well? So if you guys have any interest whatsoever in becoming affiliates for the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit or for Alpha Day Trading, send me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com. I would be more than happy to send you some information if you would like to become an affiliate. Share the word, spread the word, and at least you can make some money in the meantime. So if you guys want to become an affiliate, please let me know. Send me an email, josh@alphadaytrading. Yeah, Zach, I'm telling you, man. Can't wait for it to be up and running, ready for better options than these Discords. Guys, Discord sucks. Discord sucks. Why have I spent the last 3 years developing a professional chat room? I mean, you guys want to see it? Here, check it out. And it's not done yet. I still have about 10% to go. So we're currently building our mobile chat room for you guys. Right now we have our desktop chat room. And this is inside the alpha community. Again, it's not done 100%. All right, but we got our top ticker streamer up towards the top. We have a video lessons library for you guys, on-demand content. If you want to jump in the market, you want to learn, you want to educate yourself, we have over 100 lessons in our video lessons library, on-demand content for our members, right? You got some scanners and screeners built right in, previous day top gainers. If you guys trade the indexes, if you guys trade futures, you have all your market data right here in the chat room as well. Scrolling on down, this is what you guys would get every single day. So you got 5 trading chat rooms. You can filter things by username. You can filter messages by ticker. If you come in the market at 11, you're like, who's talking about SPY? You can come up here and type in SPY. Right? And you can see every message that has the ticker SPY in it. Let's say you come in at 11 o'clock. You like following Chris, right? You like his alerts. You like his style. You like following his alerts. You can type in CF and you can find every single message that Chris has posted, right? So now you got 5 trading chat rooms. You can filter by username. You can filter by ticker. Completely open. Then you have the live trade stream, right? Right now it's in an interactive scrolling box or whatever you want to call it. So now it's going to be able, you're going to be able to scroll and see my entire live stream, commentary, I mean, you name it. So again, everything's going to be hosted inside Alpha. Live stream, 5 custom chat rooms, everything that we do, video lessons library, I mean, you name it. And we're only adding more amazing features. So this is just a quick little sneak peek of inside the Alpha chat room. Right now, we're still working on a few things, changing some things up with the chat boxes, changing some things up with the live stream, adding an interactive live stream function to where eventually our members can engage with one another, share their screens, communicate, right? So we're eventually going to be adding the interactive live stream functionality versus just the standard live stream. So to give you guys a little sneak peek, a little taste of what we currently have going on, that's what we currently have going on, and we should be done in the next couple weeks as far as everything being developed, everything being ready to go. Oh my God. That's what we're working on, man. You hit it on the head. So Zach, can you pop out the chat box, scanners, etc., or will it be logged in under the multi? So here you go. I can actually add that as a function. We actually, right now, we're working on developing a pop out the live stream. So you can pop out the live stream in its own window. You can resize it. You can place it anywhere. Right now, you also have the functionality to pop out the chat rooms, right? So you can pop out every single chat room and you can place them anywhere on your screen and resize them. So if you want to have something like this, right? You want to have every chat room side by side. Eventually, when you can pop out the live stream and put it over top, you'll be able to basically pop any function, any feature out, resize it, drag it and drop it, and you have any chat room, any chat box, live stream, anywhere that you want. So that's kind of some things we're working on right now, is getting that functionality for the live stream, getting this tailored, figuring all this out, getting this fixed. And then I can definitely add the functionality for our scanners and screeners. I can add the functionality for pretty much anything. I just have to reach out to my developer. But right now, hit it on the head. A lot of great stuff coming, guys. Again, I didn't spend the last 2 to 3 years and tens of thousands of dollars for nothing, right? It's going to be the best trading community in the world. I know that. I'm not taking the cheap, easy, free route to set up a Discord, right? The only, I can't say everybody, but 95% of the Discord servers out there are just false. They're full of alerts. They're not credible. And it's easy for that person to walk away, right? I can set up a Discord right now, have it live in an hour. Next month, I could walk away from it, and that's that. I have no commitment. I have no overhead. I have nothing invested into it, right? I've invested a lot of my time and a lot of my money to build this because I wholeheartedly believe this is going to be the best stock trading education community in the world. So why not invest in my members to make sure they get the best trading experience possible? Yeah, Brett, 100%. So everything that we do now, you're going to get that plus some inside of the Alpha community. So every morning, my live stream would be up at 7 a.m. Commentary would still start at 9:10. But for the first 2 hours of the day, you're going to get my charting. You're going to get my scanners. You know, I will pop in periodically through pre-market if we have any opportunity. All right, I'll be answering questions in chat. All right, 9:10 starts commentary, and it's the same structure, right? We run it until about 11:30. We do a lesson. We host daily Q&A sessions, right? You guys have the option to still communicate with other members in chat throughout the day. It never closes. It never shuts down. You have access to over 100 on-demand lessons in our video lessons library. I mean, you name it, guys. You'll get it. And we're only improving. We're only adding more to it every single day. All right, so we're going to add a alert to text feature. So anytime I post something in the alert chat, it can be texted to you via SMS. I mean, guys, you name it. There's going to be a lot of great features there for you. So yes, everything we do now, we will doing that plus more inside the Alpha community, guys. So again, if you want to be an affiliate, hit me up, Josh at Alpha Day Trading. I would be more than happy to get you set up as an affiliate if you want to make some passive income. Right now, guys, I open the floor for Q&As. I'll give you guys a few more moments if you have any Q&As. And get your questions answered. Right now we got 27 viewers, 27 likes. Awesome shit, guys. I appreciate you supporting the stream. Yeah, see, there's SOS giving a lot of it back. SOS giving a lot of it back. ODT. It just, I mean, I want to make another trade, guys. I want to cross that $1,000 threshold, but I'm not going to put myself in a position to lose anything. So, yeah. I mean, it is lunch. I don't want to jump on anything. I don't want to prematurely take a trade and take an unnecessary loss. Right now, we don't really have too much. The only thing that we may have is ODT off a little pullback here, but it's still lunch, guys. And look, ODT, as we're talking about, it's starting to dip below that level of support. OCGN, still bearish. SOS, definitely bearish. Now look at that, just put in a significant lower low, right? Significant lower low. So we're now in a downtrend over on SOS. Yes, Angel. Yeah, the course also has 3 futures lessons. Yes. So yes, the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course does cover futures. It does cover options. It covers some swing trading strategies. I mean, 80 to 90% of it was custom tailored for brand new traders. So it's a lot of fundamentals, but I went ahead and went above and beyond and added a lot of advanced courses in there as well. A lot of bonus courses. Right now we're sitting at 55 courses, a little over 20 hours of on-demand content. It's all structured as well from start here and go chapter by chapter by chapter in order of what I believe is the most important. But yeah, we do cover futures, options, equities. I mean, you name it. We really go into depth. Futures are fun. I like futures, but they're also very risky. I mean, trading stocks is risky, but futures, in my opinion, are riskier than equities and penny stocks. I mean, that market is so full of algorithmic trading that it makes it hard sometimes. But I mean, there's a lot of potential in futures. I know a lot of people that do really, really well with futures when the markets are extremely volatile, like here and here. I trade futures when the market's slowly creeping up and it's just very slow and it's not really moving too much. I tend to stay away. It's too choppy. But when the market has a lot of volume and it's very volatile, that's when I'll jump into some futures contracts and make a few $100. And that's just my personal preference. I like the volatility. It seems to be a little bit more predictable to me. Let's see how that snap worked out for you, boss. Hey! Who was it this morning that said, hey, should I sell my snap? And I said, don't sell it yet. Who was that? That was Ian. Should I sell my snap calls? PT is 5870. You said wait for the flag, right? Wait for the flag. Put your stops underneath the low. You got your profit target, my man. And you exceeded your profit target. So if you held that, based on the analysis, good work. You would have been able to hit profit target and actually make some money. So good shit, Ian. We got Jeremy saying FREQ. Let's just check out FREQ real quick. The one thing I notice about FREQ is we're right at that 13 SMA, right? Look at that daily chart. 13 SMA is at 1331. Where did we hit? 1330. We're kind of seeing that negative divergence, right? A little bit of negative divergence right off some solid resistance. Got flat bottom support with lower highs. We might see a nice little short here on FREQ. Is this shortable? FREQ is shortable. Let's see if we get a short opportunity here. Ah, damn it. Right when I say, let's see if we get a short opportunity, and I'm typing in an order, there's the short. Fudge me. Hey, good call, FREQ. Good call, but very quickly, you see how quickly I was able to open the chart and see? Like, okay, resistance, lower high, flat bottom, descending triangle, negative divergence. You see how quick I was able to really get an understanding of the chart? Now, don't let that like confuse you or deter you, right? This all comes in time. This is all experience. You'll be able to open up a chart and give analysis, proper analysis in 30 seconds. You'll just start seeing things that make sense. So how did I say short? Because I just saw the negative divergence. I saw the lower high, flat bottom support, off 1330 resistance. Right then and there, I'm like, boom. It's a bearish setup. It's a short. I missed it. That would have been a nice little trade there for about 40 cents or so. But good call out on FREQ. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't like binary. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people talk about binary options. Honestly, I don't know too much about binary options. So I can't give you any kind of answer. I really can't. Input on binary options seems very lottery-based. If it seems very lottery-based and it seems like a gamble, just stay away, right? If it's not very predictable, if you don't have good odds, if it's more lottery-based and more like gambling, I would just stay away. I don't know enough about them to really, give you enough, clarification on them. One last scan through, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will be shutting down for the day. What an awesome day in the market. We've been streaming for about 3 hours now. Nothing but value. I'm glad you guys love the content. I love that you guys are tuning in and taking value away from these live streams, and I cannot continue to wait to work with you guys. So one last scan. The only thing that I see would be ODT for a possible little flag here, but the reward just sucks. I mean, the reward is 10 cents. The risk is 7 cents. The risk reward just doesn't seem right. SOS bounce off this level, maybe. Let's go ahead and look. Decreasing volume right into that previous breakout area of 560. I mean, what's the reward? VWAP, 10 cents. Stops right under 565. So, I mean, keep it like 2-3 cents on SOS. See if this is the absolute bottom. Let me see if I can grab a quick little 30 bucks out of this play. I'll only risk like a couple dollars, but let's see if I can get a quick, maybe 25, 30 bucks on the play. Break that $1,000 mark. Right off a little bounce. Be in and out very, very quick, so I'm just waiting for the ask to drop about 2 more cents. I'd like to see 565 for a fill and just get out quick. So there's 566. 565. I still think it has room to fall on SOS. I do still think it has room to fall on SOS. $5.69. That would have been a quick couple bucks. What do we got? Look, how does it look on a 5? I just don't like the 5-minute reversal below VWAP. I mean, I would say 5-minute reversal strategy, but it's right below VWAP, so that makes me not really like it too much. Let's see if we get a test up to 575 VWAP. I'll take it for a quick little scalp on the short side. It is easy to short. So let's see if I can nail a little 575, grab maybe 5 cents out of it. I got 50,000 shares at 571 trying to be bought. Do I take it or do I go now? Do I take it or do I go now? I don't know. I feel like I'd be forcing the trade. Go see GN, anything? No. Man, there's nothing. Now you got UTME. And you do have UTME trying to creep its way back up. Above VWAP, UTME. Trying to creep its way back up. Spreads are $1 spreads right now on UTME. So the spreads aren't very pretty. Got 50-cent spreads, dollar spreads. Man, this thing's all over the place. UTME is all over the place. I'm not a huge fan. I think it has room to pop here. I think it's gonna pop, but I can't take it on $2.70 spread. $2.70 on the spread. That is wild. That is wild, yeah. I can't be jumping on a $2 spread. That's nuts. Let's see if we get a possible short here on SOS. I'm going to try and nail this short real quick on SOS for a quick little scalp, guys. I'm going to try and nail this short real quick for a crack below 560. Quick little scalp. See if I can grab a little something out of it. Let's see if we get a 560 crack. There we go. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Ooh. Ooh. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. But I was able to grab myself about $155, about a $200 scalp right there. A quick little, entry. Where's my entry? Let me go ahead and show you guys. Short entry 562, out at 555 and 545, 2,500 shares. Grabbed almost $200 out of that trade. So I hit my goal. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm at $1,100 on the day. That's what I'm talking about. Coming in, getting myself back in the green for the week. Sitting pretty good. We have 2 days left. Nothing but green from here on out. $1,000 days coming up. Let's have some fun. Let's absolutely rock it and crush it the rest of the week, team. So with that being said, final questions, comments, or concerns. If not, we will end the day on a strong note and we will be back tomorrow morning at 9:10 Eastern to start up another awesome day of trading. So questions, comments, concerns, please let me know, and we will wrap it up. Slap that ass and say, good game! Wow! I'm not going to slap my butt on live stream for you guys. I'll just slap my fingers around and make you think I slapped my butt. You're welcome, everybody. Again, questions, comments, concerns, let me know. Give you about 5-6 minutes. We'll be shutting down the stream at 12:30. We'll be enjoying the rest of our day, enjoying that freedom that stock trading gives us. Ah, John, that's what I'm talking about. Ah, money. All right, and as I'm waiting for questions, comments, concerns, one last scan, kind of prepare you guys for the rest of the day as far as what stocks you should be watching if you're still going to be here for Power Hour. OCGN would have to get back above 728. So if OCGN somehow, some way gets back above 728 and holds, you could definitely see this move back up into the high sevens. All right, so again, write this down. OCGN, right now, we are not touching it to the long side until we get back above 728. If we can get back above 728 and hold, you do have potential to get back up into the 780s, maybe even $8 over on OCGN. UTME, we know we have $100 resistance, right? Right now, we're currently halted at 91.03. Halt strategy, maybe? Huh? Now we got a fresh new move to the upside. We'll keep it on watch. Maybe. We'll keep it on watch right here. But yeah, UTME. If we break over 100 today, we hold 100, we have room back up to the highs of 107. Over that, 110, 120, 130, so on, so forth. ODT looks like it's pretty done. We knew that from the beginning. $5 was going to be pretty tough to get over, and right now, just traders are like, you know, we hit target, we're done, right? So right now, ODT is done. Go ahead and keep that on watch for maybe tomorrow, maybe post-market, pre-market. Let's definitely keep ODT on watch as we may see some more hype move into the stock. All right, so don't discredit it. Right now, today is a day trade. No, but keep it on watch here in after hours. Keep it on watch in pre-market, maybe tomorrow as well. We may have some opportunity. We just talked about OCGN. Main support on SOS is this 565. As long as SOS holds above 565, you're good back up to 6. All right. So as long as we hold above 565 on SOS, you're good back up to 6. Right now, UTME. I'm watching this right now. We'll be live at about 30 more seconds. And I maybe be looking to take this for another quick little trade. I got about $100 of breathing room here. If I were to take it, I'd take it with like 25 or 50 shares. Look for, like a big $5, $6 move on like size. But if I get stopped out at $2, I'm only losing, $50 or something like that. Look for a quick little scalp. So right now, UTME, we should be live here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Halt area was 85, 91, 92. Spreads are so bad. I kind of want to get on this, but the spread is just sucks, man. I'm going to go ahead and try and take it real quick. Let me see if we get a squeeze up to 100. I went ahead and jumped in. See if we get a quick little pop. 45. Stops are at 30. 93 my entry. Okay, I'm just going to cut it, man. That was stupid. At least I can admit it. I cut it at break even. If it would have popped to 100, I would have locked it in real quick, but it was struggling too much. So yeah, I took a $25 loss on that trade. But at least I knew what I was getting involved with. I'm not going to take the risk of it dumping and I lose $200. Like, it could dump $10 in the matter of a minute. Not going to take that chance at all. So yeah, I'm out. UTMEs are very risky play, guys. It's very choppy. It's pretty much all over the place. All right. So be careful with that. Again, SOS, as long as we hold 565, you're good. Up to 6. OCGN, if we get back above 728 and hold, we do have room back up to the high 7s. And ODT, we're going to keep this on watch for after hours and pre-market tomorrow. So, see if we have any questions. Light speed pre-market is at 4 a.m. Yes, light speed pre-market 4 o'clock in the morning. Jay, what is the monthly cost? Light speed is $150 per month. But when you exceed $150 in commissions and fees, you're not charged for the platform, right? So, if you don't trade, the most you're going to get hit with is $150 for the platform. But if you're trading, you're probably going to rack up some commissions and fees. And once you exceed $150 in commissions and fees, that's all you pay is your commissions and fees. They're not going to add the $150 on top of it. So essentially, it becomes free. Light speed pre-market 4 a.m. After hours 9 p.m. So I can trade all the way up until 9 p.m. But a lot of brokers close at 7, 8 to where there's not a lot of liquidity in the markets that late. So I don't really trade too much. Usually I start getting involved in the market, as early as 6, right? As early as 6 a.m. I'm usually done trading as late as 6 or 7 p.m. if I'm in the market, right? If there's earnings on Apple, Facebook, whatever, I'll be around maybe until 6, 7 o'clock if there's a lot of action and people are there trading it. But for the most part, my sweet spot is from 6 a.m. until about 12, and then from probably 2:30 till about 6. Those are the times that I find to be the most rewarding. All right, so let's go ahead and end this day on a strong note, locking in $1,131.13 on this beautiful hump day. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what fires me up even more than making $1,000 today is seeing members here on YouTube locking in $100, $400, $800. I saw someone say they made, someone saying they're 3 out of 4 on their trades. Guys, I'm so happy and more fired up to see you guys learning, to see you guys making profit. So keep up the good work. Keep it going. Come in every single day. Take the initiative. Learn, and you will, in time, become consistent, profitable traders if you just take the initiative, if you learn the right way to trade, and you just stick to it, guys. Anybody can do it. Defy those odds. Screw the statistics. We can do it. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know how to end the day. If we got Jason in here, if we still got Wesley in here, we know how to end the day. I'll go ahead and let you guys start as soon as I see that message. Where's it at? Anybody know? I'm waiting. How do we end our days, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody's like, I don't know. There we go. Jeremy, John, in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Awesome work. Awesome job today, guys. Way to crush it. Way to kill it. Way to be smart. Way to lock in some profits. Be smart with those profits. Keep them. Hold on to them. Don't give anything back to the market, especially over lunch when it's extremely slow. If you guys ever have any questions, comments, concerns, hit me up anytime, josh@alphadaytrading.com. But with that being said, happy and safe trading, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome job again today, and I will see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 9:10 Eastern Standard Time. Enjoy the rest of your day.